Welcome everybody, Brady from BGWX, and we're breaking down the storm and the blizzard to come. I'm in the club with my homies, trying to get a little VI, down on the low key, cause you know how it feels. I said shawty, she was checking up on me, from the game she was spitting the game, you would think that she know me, so we decided to chill, conversation got heavy, she had me feeling like she's ready to blow. Oh yeah. Oh, she was saying, how we doing, everybody? Get going here in a minute once people start filtering in. Get going here in a second. See, we gotta go no copyright music, otherwise that's not gonna work out for me. All right, let's open up the chat here. Taylor, how we doing? Bermani. I do not care about a specific Euro run. But how we doing? Let the music play out, let people filter in, and we'll get going here. Make sure to hit that like too if you don't mind. Yeah, we're breaking down current storm. Give some thoughts on what's what's to come over the next several hours, and then most of this stream though is just going to be breaking down the big ticket item, what we got cooking here. You know, we kind of towards the end of last stream we broke it down and on what we thought, and now we now the confidence has only increased and kind of really what we've been preaching for several days now. Not necessarily preaching that, hey, this is an absolute like guarantee. That's not what we were saying. I was not 100% definitive, and I was careful with the wording. But however, y'all know that every time we broke this down, it was hard for me to look at it and be like, it was hard for me to look at it and be like, I don't know, this isn't as bad. This isn't as bad of a setup with with what I see here as opposed to the other ones. So to me, this would look more interesting. But in the meantime, as people start to filter in here, I don't want to dismiss what's been going on right now. I'm over 4 inches of snow with this storm, and we're gonna have more tonight. We're gonna have more tonight because this is pretty interesting. What I think is what's going to happen tonight here. I know it's not going to be probably as heavy as what happened earlier in the day, but temperatures are only going to continue to drop, not just at the surface, but more specifically the upper levels as well. Let's see if we can find it. There we go. There's one good sounding I found. I want to show you. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all. I got y'all. Don't y'all worry. As y'all start to filter in, usually about 15, 20 minutes in, that's when everybody starts filtering in here, or the most people do at least. Especially Eastern Mass tonight. I want to show y'all. If I didn't think it was, if I didn't think that, if I thought the storm was that and it's done, listen, I would tell y'all. If I didn't think we had more interesting stuff to go, I'm sorry, but when a snowstorm's happening, I don't care how big the next one is. I don't skip steps. And we've had a very nice snowstorm as a result happen. As a result here today. This isn't going out to sea. What are y'all? What are you talking about? What are you talking? The thing is not going out to sea. I don't know what just because it doesn't hit your backyard in Northwest Jersey, Joseph. It doesn't mean it's going out to sea. But here's one thing I'm looking at here. This is by the way. It's going to be before, but I'm choosing around 5 a.m. here. Take a look at what we got here. Okay, so basically it's not even picking up what's going on here. This is probably back in here. You're going to get light snow that's going to continue to break out here. A lot of places, I'm really loving my map right now and how I think this is going to turn out. Because I think we got more. I think we got more to go here. No, I don't. I don't care about the. I don't care about the euro shifting a little bit. Two craps. The storm's gonna do what it's gonna do, guys. We're getting to the point now. You're gonna overanalyze models with that. So I want you all to be just at least a little bit more aware that was the model guidance. Think about where it was 2 days ago. It's not supposed to be perfect. No, no. Oh my god, it's so it depends. I know you're all just asking questions, but you gotta be more sane about how you can't follow every run like that. The models don't dictate what's gonna happen. Okay, let's we're not gonna do that tonight. We're not, at least not in this stream. We're not gonna be looking at a 6 hour difference in run and be like, yeah. You'll learn more from the ensembles from those runs tonight than you will from the operationals, and the ensembles don't even tell much of the story. But here's what I'm looking at tonight right now is notice we actually have some decent lift. Not crazy, not as impressive as earlier today, but we have some decent lift in the dendritic growth zone and really throughout the column. And you're well set. Look at the saturation, completely saturated from the top of the dendritic growth zone, which has now dropped almost a whole 100 millibars in the atmosphere. So your dendritic growth zone is now sitting, the core of it is sitting about right here. And the main part of it, and it's a pretty deep dendritic growth zone now. So it's sitting from about 600 to 800 millibars, and your surface temps are not going to be so much colder than they were earlier today. They'll probably be in the low 30s, upper 20s, a lot of spots. But what you're going to do here is, as a result, is you're probably going to get some pretty good snow accumulations to fall as a result. I mean, these right here that's a moderate snow accumulation right there. At that point, it's not a heavy snow, but you're going to get decent accumulation to fall out of this as a result across central and eastern New England. I mean, take a look here. This is a little bit further, southeast, and take a look. fantastic saturation. This is the same hour, 30 degrees, and look at the lift present. So I think there's additional accumulation to come, and even throughout here in upstate New York, across the Berks. And then what's going to happen is you're going to get more snow. I think you're going to get more snow showers that break out tomorrow as well, or at least light snow, and that's going to allow things just to accumulate a little bit more. Like snow is snow, like we like to say, especially happening overnight tonight into the morning. What's going on? Really disappointed in some of the forecasts that went on for this system. I can't was surprised at how many coatings forecasts I saw for me, and I'm over 4 inches of counting at this point. Bobby, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Uh, oh, thank you for the Southern New Hampshire thoughts. I will discuss. Southern New Hampshire thoughts for what, Bobby? Let me know. Let me know what about Southern New Hampshire, and then I'll answer your question specifically in 1 second. But you see how all this upper level energy still has to work through, guys? All of that still has to come through. And we're going to probably snow in some spots until the big old ticket prize item comes. Until KG, the big ticket item. We're probably going to be snowing all the way until then. So this is why, and now not everywhere and not super heavy, but we are going to be, we're going to be going for a little bit here. We're going to be going for a little bit here, because take a look at, yeah, my flakes were massive today. Again, Bobby, let me know what specifically. Do you want this storm and the next storm, or what? You just want the next storm? But see, you have more upper level energy to come through here, and then let me see. This will show you. See what I mean here? This is I mean, it's still 0Z. But there's look at this. This is all through tonight into the morning, and the soundings are not poo-poo either. The soundings are decent. Look at that. This is 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. I mean, that's all the way through into the morning potentially, and then look what happens. You get more reforming tomorrow night potentially before the system, and it almost is like a precursor for what happens. So some people may not stop snowing until the system starts. So we still got more snow with this, and snow stacks up. Snow stacks up. And so I'm thinking some places, especially me specifically, I just hit over the 4-inch mark. I might get 5 to 8 inches of snow out of this. On what I had, many people were saying at coatings. Here's one thing we can't do. Let's break it down for not just this, but the next one as well. We cannot do this thing as where one's forecast is like messed up a little bit, and it was a light event, granted, so it's not the biggest end of the world thing. It was a light event forecast. But we can't do this thing then. We just automatically play conservative because we don't want to go high. Like, then you just messed up the forecast even worse almost than the last one if you do that. You got to forecast what you think is going to happen. I told you guys right after the next one, I'm sticking to my guns. I'll break down the next storm, and I'll give you some New Hampshire thoughts as well, Bobby. But you have to stick to what you know for forecasting. You can't just immediately like drop off the face of the earth because you don't want to mess up high, for example. You got to go with what you had. And there was a lot to like about the system for southern New England and central New England. Maybe not all of southern New England, obviously, but there's a reason why I thought a good amount of southern New England, I've been saying, was going to get accumulating the plowable snowfall. And there's going to be more to come, again, overnight into the morning and even tomorrow night as well, associated with this system. So I'm very pleased with how my map from last night worked out. I think it was like a 4 to 8, like here-ish kind of. Not quite. I think it was like that. And then it was like a 1 to 4 or something, and then coatings too. But I dropped the 1 to 4 down here, and it ripped snow earlier today. I'm not sure how much accumulated, and there'll be more tonight. And some people had this part as just rain and nothing. All my family sends me the local map, so I have no way of being able to evade these every single system. So I see the stuff of what goes on, and so how that carries into the next forecast then is we can't play the model game with the forecast with the next system too. Bobby, I'll get it off right away, and you'll know my thoughts on Southern New Hampshire by the end of this for the next system as well. But I just wanted to get that out of the way too for this system. You can clearly see with the radar. Um, there's plenty more. You see the primary back here. Look how cool that is. You see the spin on radar. That's super cool, man. And there's Sunday Monday out here, by the way. But look at what's still going on. I get how interesting the next system is, but snowstorm going on for a lot of people. And I know the totals weren't as much across these places here, and especially nothing into here, but there's a lot going on across New England and upstate New York right now, and pretty, and again, and if you didn't, you still had notable winter weather across a lot of these places into here, across a good amount of Connecticut, whether it was sleet or freezing rain. So that's what again, you can see the initial burst that's kind of slid its way off here, going into Nova Scotia. And then you saw Maine was ripping earlier tonight pretty well, and New Hampshire has been cooking. Southern Vermont, New Hampshire, Northern Mass, and even down to me. I never really switched to sleep for that long, about an hour or two, and that was it. So really, really happy. Seasonal totals now over 68 inches and counting with this system, and we might hit 70 by the end of this storm here. So pretty happy with how this system has gone. Now, one thing that the reason let's start from, let's not go all the way in. The reason why I've been saying how important Friday, Saturday goes into Sunday, Monday. The reason I've been saying this is because we don't care. I'll show the euro that you all despise right now for some reason. That would still be an absolute crush job. It's just the P-type maps. That's one thing we can't do either. Let's not play the P-type map game. You're gonna have to. I'm telling you right now, under the hood, I'm gonna have a rant about it tonight. Not at other people. I'm gonna have a whole rant about why 700 millibar is gonna work, because I'm seeing right now every single snow weenie from here to here is excited, and the reality is not every single spot in that corridor is gonna get crushed. That's the reality. DC, Philadelphia, coastal Jersey, central Jersey, northern Jersey, New York City, Hudson Valley, eastern PA, southern New England. Well, southern New England is going to be really hard to avoid getting crushed with this one. But like everybody just thinks they're going to get a ton of snow, and that's just not the case. That's just not the case. It's going to be specific to where the best of the banding sets up, and just being east, being out on the deformation band and to the east of it is where you're going to want to be with this system. I mean, your precip shield though will be very expansive if the euro is anything even close to accurate. But this is a 50+ hour depiction of a model run right here you're looking at. There's still so much time. I know the pieces are very close, but there is a lot of time with this system. I know you don't realize that there is a lot of time before the brunt. Like there's still going to be like 5-6+ model runs before like the system really gets here, depending on where you live, especially up in New England. So I would keep that in mind, and I'm also going to pull up. This, and y'all know, if any of you have watched any of my streams before, you know what we're going to talk about with this. Also, now's a good time to hit the like if you don't mind as well. My shameful plug, not shameless, shameful. That's something. This is what we're going to talk about as well. But the reason why I thought Friday, Saturday, and the reason why I thought that model guidance, the changes that we could see in model guidance that could support me that made me think more optimistically about this, especially for somewhere like Southern New Hampshire for my man Bobby. I want to make sure I get my mentions out for you, Bobby, that super chatted. So again, if you do super chat, I'm gonna do my best to answer your question as quick as possible if you decide to. That's not you all know I read all the chats, but if you super chat, that's extra support, and I got to show my support back, and you're gonna get it if you decide to be as kind to do that. But it's not required by any means. Um, is because, and y'all know, I've been talking about this for literally 4 days straight, and I told you all you were going to learn nothing in models in those 4 days that we've gotten to now. I not tell you? Yeah, you were all obsessing over all those, just like you still are, and the setup is pretty clear at this point with some specifics that can, some small changes to the upper level evolution, small changes that can happen. The overall idea is pretty much set in stone though at this point. There's going to be a big blizzard with this here. The question is where specifically now. At this point, there's not really any hesitation in really since about this since last night, late last night when I made that threat map. You know, I don't. You all know I don't make the threat map just for anything that's you know that's you know unlikely but could happen. I make the threat maps because I think there's a pretty decent shot of something happening, and so I'm glad we made that threat map. That was we made the threat map, by the way, literally right after the stream ended, along with the snow map for today, and we made that before the Euro and the Euro AI did those big shifts as well. Just to be clear, so I don't. We weren't just model hugging there too. We got more of the model support, but Jack Powers, how we doing? Ashan, how we doing? Kevin, how we doing? In case I didn't mention Celtic Supreme, hello. I think I mentioned Life of Pi, Liam as well. I just want to make sure I mention my loyal acolytes are here in the chat. I appreciate it. And here with this system, what you're going to do is you're going to get Friday, Saturday, today's system. Today's already Saturday, so I don't know why I keep saying it. It's just the storm was. Notice all this upper level energy has to come through, so more snow happens as a result. But look at here. Here's what I've been saying. Look how close as the pieces are together. This is currently right now where the pieces are. This is 12, right? 1 hour off. This is where the upper level pieces are. Look how close they are to each other. Clouds in the sky, we do. So this is why I've been saying the entire time, we don't need to change the axis of the trough so drastically. We don't need to change it drastically at the last second. The pieces are there. The system is literally just waiting for stream separation. The pieces are there, though. And so as this thing starts to really clear out, and here's why I was saying that. Because models overdo the primary every single freaking time. They overdo it. Almost, not every single, almost every single freaking time. Look what the NAM was. Does the NAM still, were those NAM runs still up? This was as of 06 this morning. Look what it's doing with the primary. And then go to, no, it won't give me that. I gotta go to 24. You see the difference? Look at that. It's completely off on the upper level evolution setup by at least like 100 to 150 miles at least. A ton. You see how amplified it was with the primary and what actually happened in reality, which is literally what I've been saying for like 3 days now, 4 days, what I thought was going to happen with this system. So relieved. Model guidance even last night was not as accurate as it needed to be. And I'm so happy I stuck to my guns with this forecast. It's really hard to forecast, guys. It's really hard. It's simple, but it's very difficult to do. And I'm so happy with how this forecast like very much pinning down what was going to happen with the upper level Lucian, synoptics here. And I mean, look at it, it's just completely different. It's completely different. And then what you also got too, you see how your energy has sunk in a little bit more favorable Western Ridge. And I said that these were things that models were going to mess with: the Western Ridge and the stream separation. And I thought the reason why I thought model guidance, I think, could have some movement that could potentially support this, at least being a big time, like a notable scraper or major hit, which was kind of, we were alluding to it. I was conservative with the wording because we had another storm before that, and a lot of my attention was focused on to this system as well, for good reason. It's been pretty notable with this double-digit totals all throughout central New England, upstate New York, and pretty solid plowable to snowstorm totals and southern New England places as well. And that process, look what happens as a result. You see what happens? The stream separation completely changes with this, and that's why I was saying some people that were obsessing over 6-hour model runs, you weren't going to get that information until this storm happened. And I was trying to say that you weren't going to get any valuable information. That's why I kept the same consistent messaging for like 4 or 5 days straight with this system. I was like, that's great. You're not going to learn anything on that run until this storm actually happens in real time. And then models finally adjusted and picked up on it, because models really stink with this process. Now, some of the AI guidance was a little bit better, but they still struggle with the mesoscale features as well of the surface low and how that plays out in the overall setup. I mean, we can go to the Euro AI and compare to where it was last night. You see that? It's the same. I had to make the same adjustments too. The Euro AI was also too strong. It needed to clear out the back edge of this. And then here's one thing I'll say that models may not be done messing around with the stream separation, is because look what happens as our storm is about to get going, is you have these two pieces of upper level energy interacting with each other. Models are not done changing some little things with the upper level evolution here, which, that could potentially, you may not be done tucking this thing, so to say. You may not be quite done with yet, because you're not really going to be able to push this thing any too much further southeast as a consensus idea. I mean, you can nudge it a little bit, I think, but you're not just going to send this out to sea, because look how close. Like this is a given that all this upper level energy, because what is a given right now is there's going to be enough stream separation for this thing to really take off. You're going to have the stream separation. That's a huge factor. So that's why I'm not worried about it. The setup is like this is 36 hours out. It says 42. It's now 36. This is 36 hours out. What's going to happen here with this process? Your Western Ridge will make some little adjustments, I'm sure. But I said you don't need to flip this thing. Look at you see how this is not a progressive? Look at the axis already. Slightly tilted positive at this point, almost neutral. And you're going to get an upper level load that's going to want to pop here. And you know what's crazy about the GFS is the GFS has notable convective feedback issues often, and probably still does on this. The GFS is no doubt probably, look at all of this excess convection out here. GFS is almost certainly likely trying to pop the low a little bit too far southeast. As crazy as that sounds, that probably has some convective feedback issues. Absolutely, Philly's in play to get a snowstorm here out of this. I'm not sure about the heaviest totals. We'll see that, because, again, we are talking, just to lay down some precursor stuff, we are talking about feet of snow with this. We're not talking about inches, we're talking about feet. So this is going to be, feet of snow, not inches of snow, is what we're going to be talking about. Some people see inches of snow, but like yardstick storm. And again, the reason I didn't talk about specific totals is we had either multiple systems, or we had one storm in front of us to track already, And it's just not. I say something and people just might run with it. That idea that like it has to like. I said, let's nail down the specifics of the upper level evolution first, before we start, talking about. But it was pretty. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. I thought that, hey, if this thing were to hit, it would be a very extremely high ceiling of feet of snow. No, I'm not going. We're not going to. We're not going to do the totals, specific totals, quite yet. I'll give you some thoughts on where has the higher margin for error, though. We're going to do that tonight, and I'll make another threat map either on the stream or after. Um, but we're not going to, or at least at this moment in the stream, I have more to break down first. So you have that, and then there's your GFS, and then here's your Euro. It's significantly different now. It handles the specifics of the upper level energy. Not that different in the placement of everything, though. It's really just quite different. And the Euro is not even close to the Euro AI, actually, for a matter of fact. It's not even remotely close. Upper level low is right here, and it's going to consolidate and form here. There's not going to be a lot that's going to be stopping. Like the Euros tries to shear out the system, I think, just a little too much before it does eventually consolidate. You see how it's taken off here with this? That's not really the placement. I think this is some convective feedback, in my opinion, on the Euro. I think this Euro run was some convective feedback. This is the main area of the upper level energy. So a lot of you get focused on that stuff, but yeah, it's not really too much to worry about on that Euro run, in my opinion. I even like more that you sink this in. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful what you look at. No, it's fine. Self-experiment. I don't mind people asking me. I get it. We're 2 to 3 days out from this system, depending on where you live. Less than 36 to 60 hours out, depending on where exactly you live. We're here, I'll get clearer with the threat map. They'll be clear. It's just like we're not going to do the thing in the chat that where we say like tell me how much snow is happening in my backyard right now. I'll give you my best idea after we wrap up the analysis breakdown, so to say. Here's your Canadian. I don't know what the Canadian's looking like, but it's a banger. Go to 700 here. Oh yeah, that's a banger. It's very rare you get such a compact. Oh, that is gorgeous. Gorgeous. So this leads me to my next point now. We're probably skipping a step. There's the P-type map, which does not even look anything like it should be. So this is what you need to know. In reality, the Canadian right now is throwing a death ban right here. That's what the Canadian is showing. The precipitation map shows it right here, though. That is not what's going to happen. That's not what would happen in that case. You get a deformation band that sets up in that setup. See that? Absolute crush job right into here. There's dumping snow. All the heavy snow you talk about, just dumping. And so you got to be careful what you look at on these precipitation maps. So people are going to look at that. I'll tell you the Euro right now. The Euro is really not so far off from the Canadian, so to say, and you actually get multiple deformation bands. I think it's convective feedback. It never fully wraps in the deformation band here. But you have it. You can see the deformation band right through there. That's where I'd be looking on the Euro run. And is it slightly southeast? Yeah, barely. But people are just going to look at this, though, and say it's whatever. And that's still the P-type map ain't even, I mean, it's a crush job. Here's one thing I am not sold as much, though, about this system. I'm not quite 100% sold on some of the totals you're seeing into some of these places into here. I'm not quite sold on that. Not that it can't be. I just be careful. I'd be careful. I'd be very, very careful. Trying to forecast that, because you're trying to nail down some specifics of mesoscale banding in the details that just aren't quite there yet, so to say. And those are some very big totals that some of these models are producing here. And you gotta be just aware of that. So I know some people just don't want the Euro or the Canadian or whatever. I don't know, whatever model is not shown because it's not shown the totals for what they want. But um, in my opinion, I haven't necessarily quite agreed with. I'm sure some people in this area here are going to be probably complaining about the storm like downtrending or something from what they saw. It depends on if you were just looking at a model snowfall map and assuming that's what you're going to get because a couple of runs showed it. You're out of your mind. I don't know what to tell you there. Not that you still won't get some, not that you still won't get some snow out of it, but I mean, like, come on now. And even then, the Euro's a great run for somewhere like DC. It may not show it as much, but it is. And there's your, the fun that comes after. But that's even before the system. This was as of 0Z. So we're not done yet with tonight as well, by the way. We have so that was my spiel about 7. This is where you need. I know you all are obsessed with. I know you all are obsessed with the surface maps. I get it. They're pretty. They're beautiful. They're colorful. They're flamboyant. I understand. They are fun to look at, man. But you all need to grasp your head around the fact that do you care about what the models show or do you care about what's going to happen? So this is where I'm going to split ways with with some people on the messaging and how like the models, and I'm going to get into another thing in a second about how this wasn't some crazy model shift that happened that some I can't believe like respectable meteorologists are going to say anybody with a meteorology degree should have been able to realize that this was going to be this has been entire week. This hasn't come up. But let me get to let's look at some of the ensembles first. I wanted to check if these came out, and they did. It's still a pretty impressive ensemble. But let me go here. Evening. They're ever so slightly less amplified on that, but that's still that's you got to look at what the ensemble means. Like, well, let's look at. Let me go here, and this doesn't really worry me. I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to play around with a run and say, hey, the storm's off. Convinced your dad to start watching me. Let's not do that. Let's not put the pressure on me to expect. to expect me to live up to everybody saying that they need to watch me and what I do, but I will take it. I will. Anybody that wants to come watch the streams, I'm all for. So let me get to here, and we're gonna look at the lows because that's still a notable. That's still look at the western cluster there. You got some fellas out here, and then you have your western cluster right here, and then you have your mean. Right, and basically all that happened on this run is your mean from last run became your western cluster. That's really it, in my opinion. That's it. And people say this is some. It'd be a massive shift if we weren't expecting if the thing were another 100 miles southeast, but that's just the model. That's just the model run. Do I get the AIFS ensemble? I'm guilty of model shopping higher totals. I've never heard it said like that. I appreciate it. The group chat is full of Oh my god. Well, that's not surprising. There's a bunch of model lunatics in there. Barely holds this back ever so slightly. So that's what I'm saying. Models are going to play around with the upper level environment a little bit. That's all that is on this. That's all that is. So everybody's going to worry. You're not going to magically. There's not much you're going to be able to do at this point to magically get this to disappear. By the way, regardless of what the ensemble and the models may show at times. But we get that? No, we don't, because we never get the precipitation map to come on time. There you go. And boom, look at that. Because it's not like it's not. Here's another thing too. People like lose their mind when the model doesn't keep like trending. Like if you just went every single run for so long, you don't want a low to pop here. You don't want your low here. Like you gotta understand that. Like people lose their mind. Look at the western cluster on this too. This is this is where it's saying the mean is. In reality, this is where most of your members are. You just shifted the mean for last run to be your main cluster for this run. It's not me trying to make you all feel better. That's just literally what happened. I mean, for me, I don't care. I'm in a great spot right here. This is where I am. So you can mess around a little bit with this, and we have some margin for error over here. Right now, here, Long Island, Southern New England, was sitting pretty a little bit here. I'm not gonna lie. We have a great ceiling and a great margin for error. So do a lot of places here, in my opinion. I mean, your floor here across a lot of these places is pretty high. It's just your ceiling can be tapped with a little bit more here than some other places. It's not quite there yet. It's not quite there yet, so. But yeah, so people lose their minds over models, etc. But that's not the case, and models just don't define. Like I can't believe like some people are saying like this drastic shift and change happened on model guidance, and now all of a sudden out of nowhere we have a nor'easter. Like legitimate meteorologists saying that, and it's like, what are you looking at? Respectfully, I'm sure there's a couple in here right now. medicine here, and then they may not be the ones of saying this. I'm just saying that I'm not talking to all people with a meteorology degree. I'm just saying the few that decided to say that this happened out of nowhere. Like, respectful, what were you looking at? Like, this has been here. That this has been here. I wish I had an energy generator. This has been here for literally the last 5 days. Like the upper level energy. Go back like every single run. Let me pull this up. Tatum, my golden retriever, dreams in the background. Sorry, Toma, I don't care about the snow totals on the 0Z Euro. Also, by the way, this was literally this was that band that came through. Freaking was look at we were ripping out. We were ripping snow. Not quite as heavy as earlier, but this was pretty good. It was just a quick band though. It was only for like 30 minutes, but picked up like a half inch. That's like literally almost an inch an hour for a brief time. Here's what I was saying. Um, Here's what I'm saying. This isn't. I know this isn't the big tweet, right? This doesn't get the. But this was 0Z 138 hours out of the Euro AIFS. There's 24 hours later. There's 24 hours later. There's 24 hours later. What the frick changed? It's the exact same upper level. It's all the pieces are there. The pieces have been there. And when was this? This was last night's 0Z run. That was last night's. Yeah, but you're looking at the model snowfall maps, Joseph. You're looking at the model snowfall maps. And the reality is, for anybody watching right now, model snowfall maps don't matter at all. Mother Nature does not care how much snow the GFS shows. It does not care how much the Euro shows. People, we need to get away from this. It's not going off on you, Joseph, either, by the way. It's actually allowing me to make a good point. So I thank you for bringing it up. That we need to get away from this narrative of this is how much this model shows of snow. This matters. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter at all whatsoever. Just Monday. Monday, what was it? Monday night or Wednesday? Was it no Wednesday? It was just Wednesday that literally almost all model guidance just 36 hours out was showing like 3 to 6 inches of snow. You know what happened? Nada. Cero. Cero. No me gusta. Cero. We had no snow. We had no snow. And so, like, model snowfall maps are great. They don't matter. They're cool. They're pretty. Yes, direct weather obviously is the place to go. Danny Spring, for your answer, sir, do you think there's any truth to the? There's truth to every single model. I think there's obviously some truth. I just don't care about the specifics of what it showed. I really thought it was a little bit more convective feedback issues. Your full negative tilt on that with an upper level low consolidating, you're not going to lose that much. You're not going to prevent that much consolidation, in my opinion. But this is what I've been talking about, that there's been no major shifts in the over evolution. Minor shifts in the evolution of the western ridge axis and the stream separation to the northeast. Those have been the minor changes that make a notable difference on the upper level. And you could argue they're major changes. They're major changes to the precipitation map, not the overall evolution of the storm. Yes, it is. It was sarcasm, Petrus, or Joseph. So like this is what I want to hammer home these points. Let's see if there's any other points I want to hammer home. Um, Look at that. John sending me this from southeastern New Hampshire. Southeastern New Hampshire, the past several weeks, man, what a winter it's been over there. They've had a fair amount of storms. That one last week, was it last Tuesday? Last Tuesday. They had like 7, 8 inches over here. Or 6 to 8 maybe. Yeah, there you go, Bobby. There's your post from Manchester. I didn't even remember, retweeting that. Oh, there's the NAM from 2022. You see this? That was the NAM. This was literally like 24 hours out. For those talking about model runs, this was showing death band literally right over my house, right here. Would have crushed New York City and all of southern New England. Instead, you know where this ended up? Right here. Well, it was literally about 90, like 80 to 90 miles off. But this is also a different setup, so not quite the same setup, but a fun one. Still a fun one. I ended up with about 19 inches of snow. Yeah, those are my recap from the timeline. Tetris really filling in for Twisted with the trolling. Twisted went to bed. He didn't want to stay up. Friday night. What better are you gonna do than watch me? I'm obviously the highest priority. Are those Christmas lights? Yes, they are. Um, I think so. Actually, I don't know what you were showing, but I do still have the Christmas lights in the backyard, just not the front. 62. Well, we've done a lot of breakdowns. You're like, I don't know what Will's map is, and I don't honestly I don't care. Not it's not that I don't respect Will. Obviously, anybody that follows me knows I like Will. Um, I'm not gonna make my map is not gonna look the same as his almost ever. I'm not gonna forecast off his map. His thoughts. I don't know all of his specific thoughts. You know, he may be thinking different things for different spots for certain areas. But the general idea, I think we're probably not too far off. Uh, I can't contribute anything scientifically. Deepest snow in years in Northampton, New Hampshire. What's the snowpack up there? The snowpack has got to be at least 15 inches in a lot of those spots, right? At least. What was I going to look at? We can look at the Canadian AI. This has like a little bit of machine learning, I think, is what it is. Banger. It's a banger. It's a noise stuff. Your cousin from Boston. Oh, God. But it is a banger. And the P-Tight map is garbage. I don't know why it does this. I don't know why it does this. You can see it. You can see the area it's trying to show. It's literally crushing right here. That's where it's trying to. It's not. And so I know some people in southeastern New England like don't want to hear this, but This is why you may not actually be the jackpot for this system, but your snow, but those TV maps and those surface maps will look like it. But reality is, it may not be, because you got to look where 700 band is. I'm not trying to say like, and listen, if the 700 banding is more here, then absolutely, then it's going to be just it would be more exclusive for like far eastern New England. However, if you're gonna tuck a low just southeast of Long Island, like there's no reason for the deformation banding not to be able to get back into here and want to set up across here. And guess what? You don't really care that much, because you know what happens? The 850 low is going to be right next to you, and you're going to get waves and waves and waves of banding just getting crushed in those bands that are going to meet the best lift in 700. What I'm saying, Vetris, is every single time, remember, you know how we talk about the interior band sitting up every single time? Like, this is what I'm talking about, is the deformation band. It's like setting up. Like, I don't know if y'all remember, like, 2015. Like, I know what those Euro runs were showing, but the night before, like, those model outputs were, like, trying to crush, like, here. Like, literally, I know the night before, like, literally as the storm started, like, that night. So if you don't remember 2015, it was the timing. The main timing was overnight Monday night into Tuesday. Throughout the day, Tuesday was the main timing of it. And it started around Monday p.m. for Southern New England, specifically started in the morning Monday, for New York City and Mid-Atlantic places. But literally that night, model guidance was trying to pinpoint here. Reality is, though, with the deformation banding, it's always to the northwest. It's always just to the northwest of where that 700 band is. Look, you got to look at 700 FGen, 700 millibar, and you look along that axis. So you look along that area into the northwest. So it may not be that wide in reality, but you'll get the area, it may be like right there. And that's where you look. That is what's going to tell you. So for all of you so obsessed with snowfall maps, I would go look at 700 millibar before you look at go look at 700 millibar before you look at the snowfall maps. Well, first I would look at 500, and then I would look at 700, and then I would look at 250, and then I would look at the surface maps. Because I can't remember the last time I looked at a model run and I looked at the surface map first. Unless I was trying to take a sounding in the very short term. Because they're just not valuable for telling you what you want to know. Tell what you want, what you really, really want. And then here's your AI GFS with a banger. So AI GFS actually took a step west, which is interesting. Not really. Actually, it's really not interesting at all. I'm just saying it in context to what all of you are looking at. And though the precipitation maps, though, you'd say, oh, well, this is where the most snow is. I'm telling you, it may not show it, but actually it will show it. I'll show you. I'll show you. Your cousin from Boston. Here we go. 700 did not match up. 700 millibar right now. This is where. That's where 700 millibar is trying to crush. And then the reason why you shouldn't like worry, oh, he's just trying to take away my snow by drawing it. But the model map shows it here. Look at your 850. You're still gonna get like crushed, and you get waves of banding that go to 700. If the band, let's say if the model was here, then I wouldn't be looking there as much. Again, I don't know specifically where the pin. I can't specifically tell you where the deformation band is going to pin itself down. Yes and no. The Kuchera will be better than the 10-1. It will not be better than reality. It will not be. But I would always look at Kuchera first. Anytime I look at a snow map, I'll usually look at Kuchera before a 10-1, unless they don't have Kuchera. But reality is you're going to have such good lift placed in the dendritic growth zone with such good upper level cold air that it's probably going to be a pretty high ratio event. In southern New England, it may not be quite as much in mid-Atlantic places, but it will get there. The second half of the storm, especially in these places here, will be very high ratio snow. Not very, very high, but it will be a high ratio. You got 27. Going to be fun to watch it live on radar. Oh my! People on radar are probably going to lose it. Well, the good news is we're not waiting for it to like magically come offshore. It's going to be happening like right on top of people. So like that will be a little bit more reassuring. But Tommy Kuchera. That sounds like a mob boss. Go over there. Go and meet the boss, Kuchera. He'll get you right. Just wax him. It's the entire Soprano show right there. Tammy's a wild name. Sorry if anybody's named Tammy. I've never met anybody actually in person named Tammy, I think, off the top of my head. Yeah, winds will be crazy too. We're focused on the snowfall. I finally remembered. I didn't even need to look it up. I remember high barometer, low barometer. And so you're going to have a high pressure to the north here. You're going to have a high pressure to the north, and I think from the northwest. So you will have a bit of a gradient caused from a high barometer, but it's going to be more of a low barometer forcing here because the low is going to crank so much that as a result, you're going to get intense winds. 50 to 70 plus mile per hour wind gusts likely along the coasts, inland a little bit less. You're going to get incredible wind gusts probably in some of these places here along coastal places, even down into the OBX potentially as well, just not as much snow or precipitation to deal with. But you see that? Some northeastern parts of the OBX here, you could get some pretty notable wind gusts down into southeastern Virginia, Hampton, Norfolk area. But the blizzard conditions, the focus of that will be through here. I don't know how well we'll meet those conditions inland, but the coastal places are going to meet those easy with this. These are sustained winds, and it's smoothed out probably too. It's probably better to look at. Yeah, we'll use this. This is probably honestly a good way to do it because it's not going to overdo it because of the location where it's at. Those are sustained winds. Those are 50 to 60 mile per hour sustained winds on that run on the Cape in Nantucket. Sustained. There's your gust swath right there. That probably ends up being now. The only part where it may be off could be right here if the convective feedback is pushing it too far east. I don't want you to do that though, Vetros. Wouldn't the fact we don't have a super strong high help the precip get further northwest? Yes, the precip shield, but well, let me retract and rewind for a second. we do have a strong high. It's the placement of the high is the thing. We have a 1035 to the north tomorrow. And it's a confluent stream separation. The thing is, it's not barreling so far south. And if it were, we would have had to really, really, really thread the needle. So that was another thing, is the high pressure. We have strong high, pretty good cold air to the north. Just not at the surface necessarily as much as like a, I mean, you're not ever going to compete with January 25th probably for years and years and years to come. That's such an anomaly of cold air to work with. Now the setup itself, I mean, that's such a strange storm to have such a surefire, like I can't remember the last time I had such a surefire, like 1 to 2 feet of snow, like widespread, like that's going to be really hard to get. I don't think many people are going to fully respect that storm and how impressive it was. Some people in southern New England will, but not everybody will. I mean, that was a really impressive. But so the precip shield, if I go to 500 millibars, I'm going to use the Euro AI for this. I mean, look at the gradient also, though. Oh my God. Look how tight the isobars. So the tighter the isobars are to each other, that means the stronger the wind is, the gradient. That gradient helps create, that it's a pressure gradient. It helps be able to, right, so the pressure sinks in the atmosphere and you're able to help spin up the winds. Just like, you know, the pressure gets so low in those recordings when storm chasers get those, drop those, you know, probes into the tornadoes, and they get those incredible readings of pressure dropping and the winds rising at the same, you know, the same time. That's kind of that same process here. When you get that impressive pressure gradient that happens, you're going to get such intense winds to happen as a result. Probably sustained winds, you know, 20 to 40 miles per hour, widespread 20 to 40 mile per hour sustained winds potentially, and then wind gusts potentially widespread 40 to 60 plus mile per hour, with potentially the coast being 60 to 80. It's not out of the question. Now here maybe a little less, but Arthur, thank you. Thank you so much for the donation. That is a massive thanks. You've sent me so many massive donations in the past, so I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. It is a huge W, Vetris. So I can't thank you enough for sending that. I really have a poor self-esteem with people when they send me super chats. It's really difficult for me to accept. I don't know why it is. Just because I don't want the expectation, the attention. I guess I want to do it, you know, under the radar. But I appreciate it so much, Arthur. Thank you. It means a lot. Thanks for another great forecast. Still snowing. Will Monday be 10 to 1? No, Monday will be higher than 10 to 1. In the start of the storm, you know, those first like several hours, it might be closer to 10 to 1, but upper level cold is going to drop. So I'll give you before I get to my next point about, you know, what Liam was asking about the precip shield, joining late. Well, you just missed a massive super chat is what you missed, Joe. But we feel pretty good. I don't know, you on Long Island, you're in a, you know, again, it's Long Island. It's not it's Long Island, right? It's not Long Island. It's all one word. You can't. It's just like New Hampshire. It's not New Hampshire. It's New Hampshire. That's how you say it. Long Island, Jersey, Boston. Right? You gotta really make sure you hone in on your accents. And take a look at the 850s. I mean, look how much this is. 850 millibars. You're in the low levels of the atmosphere, only about 150 millibars away from the surface. You know, goes all the way to the top. So you got 850 more millibars to go until you get to the top of the atmosphere, and then eventually you get to space. But you can see right here, especially across eastern New England, I mean, you're minus 7 to minus 10. Is there much? There's not really much of a. I mean, that's how we would say it. If I'm not, we would overdo. It's not like I know like it's more subtle than people think, but we would overdo it. The Boston accent for Vermont, right? We would just love to because we don't respect Vermont for whatever reason. We think Vermont is this just not. I mean, I love Vermont personally, but that like anything that's like not outside of here, like people in Boston think Worcester is like Western Mass. That's the that's the expectation in it. And so like anywhere that you don't say like that in this area here, within like Providence to Boston, North Shore, South Shore, is like unneeded, and maybe southeastern New Hampshire. Like it would be like Maine, who the frick is going up to Maine? Like it's just Vermont. Like you say that with like this condescending purpose um, for all those places. Springfield does not exist at all to people in Boston. I'm telling you. Oh, what do you got? You got Six Flags out there? What do you got? That's all that. Oh yeah, you got the Hall of Fame out there. It's always a Johnny too. Johnny, you want to go to the Hall of Fame this weekend? The big ticket. They're putting on Paul Pierce's number this weekend. Yeah, sure. It's basically just a Family Guy episode. The entire episode is what it is. If you are going to try the Boston accent, though, you got to do it. Always try to do it slightly more subtle at first than you think, and try to do it more Australian than you'd expect, and you're going to get there. Here's one thing I will say about the temperatures. They'll start out. You're going to probably start in some rain some places. So I don't want to not mention this. You might start as some rain in some of these places here. Don't be concerned. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of your forecast. You're not going to lose your forecast as a result of this. That will more so matter for some places back into here. And even then, elevated places into here are going to do the Appalachia, Appalachia and the Appalachians are going to do fantastic with this system as well. So I know I have. Where's my man? If Big Boy, you're in the chat right now, you may not be, but my man out there in Western Maryland, people in the the Appalachians are going to do fantastic. I think with this event, even into Pennsylvania, some of those higher elevated spots, because the still leftover energy from the previous system is still kind of left over, and so you get this consistent flow. Oh, which makes me think there probably is there isn't I can't rule out some ocean effect that goes. I know we have the system tied to here, the Appalachia. Yeah, no, there's different ways to say it. I can make up my own ways too since I'm on screen. I don't know about that far, but there could be some ocean effect as well. So keep an eye on that. And there'll absolutely be ocean enhancement into some of these bands as well that may even go underestimated. Especially if the deformation band were to be the main band were to be the west, and let's say were to set up like here, you would get the waves of banding that would pop off in the ocean enhancement. You would get crushed. That's why I'm not worried about. Really, right now, I'm not worried about any of these places like east of here. I'm really not. There's a little bit lower margin for error out into here. But I mean, that's always the case with a coastal storm. Braccius, yeah. And so the cold air to start again. And so I like some of the Appalachia back into PA, Maryland, Virginia, even down to maybe Western North Carolina. But surface temps to start will not be impressive, and surface temps will not be incredibly impressive throughout much of the event. And again, we may need to, you may be a coastal front situation as well, especially if we get that deformation banding, and that could only enhance totals along with the precipitation. So there's a lot to like here in southern New England, especially. Southern New England, Long Island. There is a lot to like, and you're also going to be wrapping in. You say you're colder here. You see how you're colder here than you are throughout here. So this is like the a different kind of dynamic cooling, so to say. Thunder snow is not out of the question either. Yes, mainly inside the band. However, you're wrapping in the cold air to the system, and you have enough cold air on tap to work with. So you'll probably get into this won't be, like that teens and tens kind of snow. So the ratios not be quite as high in some places, but the wraparound eventually will be really impressive. And it's also why I like the ceiling. I like the ceiling a little more into here than I do into here. Because you're going to be right on the ocean. Further southeast may not be as best placed with the temperatures, surface temperatures. And so your ratios may not be quite as impressive. But this will all depend on where the heaviest of the snow goes. So, Joe, whether you lead me into a next good point, is that I believe that this does probably track pretty close to the benchmark. This gradient we've been talking about, your surface low is I can almost guarantee it's going to pop somewhere around here. I would almost guarantee it. Let's see if that's where the model's showing it. Pretty close. But this could tuck. I think this tucks even more. I honestly think this could tuck a little bit more, which is what leads me away from this being offshore as well. Because at this point, it's almost a given that the low is not going to ride this gradient here. Your upper level energies are going to get passed north of here. And so now it's a matter of probably riding that gradient. And so that is why I like actually, and this is probably, especially just after connecting the dots here, looking at this again, coast is not getting screwed with this, in my opinion, just because the temperatures aren't as impressive. This will not be a screw job, in my opinion, for the reasons we discussed. Vetrus, were you even listening? It concerns me sometimes, Vetrus. Don't be like the people in the Twitter replies that don't read the post and still troll. Don't be like them. You're better than that. But yeah, so I think I really think we're getting the low to pop pretty close to the coast. Look at that gradient. That is an intense gradient right there. That's an intense gradient that's right there. And we probably see the low pressure ride that gradient. It probably gets pulled a little further north than the gradient because of where the upper level energy is. Look how cold we are though. We're almost freezing along the coast. Clouds in the sky. Thank you so much for the donation. I really much appreciate that. Join now. Great analysis always. Range for New York City. 8 to 10 feet of snow for New York City. Bookmark it. Guarantee it. No. It's a pretty wide range. There are going to be some New York City meteorologists that are going to need to go into hiding after this system, probably, for either being too low or too high. New York City is going to be a tough call, and nothing better than the highest populated area being the most difficult area to pin down. Nothing better than that, right? Hold up, I'm in another band right now. I gotta take a look. I'm in another band. Give me a second. Yeah, I got dendrites falling out of the sky right now. Freaking awesome, man. I can still see the oh, Black's Jeep. Thank you for the super chat. Literally another band working over me as we were talking about this. This is beautiful, man. What a storm this is. And I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying the storm. What is it? Bradian is gaining a lot of traction right now on this live stream. Tatum got all hyped up there for a second. Let me see if I can switch this. A few flakes there. Yeah, well, right now I'm under this band right now. I'm gonna go take another video. I'm still here. Don't worry. But I do need to look at this band right now. But don't worry, I'm still here. I'm just gonna look at the band. I'm still here. Don't worry. I just had to go look at I had to go look at the band. Oh my god, it is beautiful to look at. So I think we're lacking some saturation for the minute at the top of the dendritic growth zone. So there are some finer flakes mixing in too, but we're now getting colder in the upper levels, and I can feel it on the snow. And boy, is it a pleasure to look at right now. Oh, Tim's getting comfortable on the chair. I don't know why I'm getting blessed with all of these bands right now. I'm going to answer your question, X Black. Or you didn't answer a question. I appreciate the super chat a ton, though. So I'll give you a Watertown idea. Oh, it's on radar. Go. You can. I'll show you. It may not show as good here, but it is on radar. Right there. I'm gonna take. It got even heavier. We resaturated again really fast, but I'm right there. That's that's where I'm at currently. I'm just sitting in that band right now. Don't worry, I'm still here. I'm just taking another video. That band is just awesome. Absolutely ripping right now. I am still here. If you heard anything right there, that was Tatum literally probably jumping on the laptop. I mean, it's just getting heavier and heavier. It's incredible what's going on in this band right now. I'll take you. This is I'm sorry. I don't Heavy snow is heavy snow. It can be Sunday or Monday. I'm not skipping it. Oh yeah, I'm still here. Y'all ain't gotta worry about that. I'm still here. I love snow so much that I never miss out on it. And so I could be midstream and there could be a blizzard happening. I still don't miss. I'm still here. Don't worry. That is incredible. That is incredible how strong we're going right now. I'm sorry, I had to go outside and see that. That band is ripping. And we're colder aloft now, too. We're colder aloft. I mean, this is incredible. Let me plug the Mac back in here. People freak out because the Google model went east. Well, they can do as they please. It is refreshing to look outside. Look what I'm looking at right now. I'll post it on Twitter so you all can see what I'm looking at right now. It's not a 4-run trend. It's just a 4-run sample. That's all it is. But ugh, can't believe how much we're ripping right now. Fun for me, man. So this is what I mean about being present. Like I know we have a major blizzard coming up here. Um, but I'm enjoying what's going on right now and what's going to be happening into the morning as well. I mean, you can take a look. You can see across much of eastern New England right now, in what's happening. This is what's kind of setting up. You're seeing you got some snow out here. You got plenty of snow going on out here, and then I am lucky enough to be able to go right through. Evidently, the heaviest was on the backside after we resaturated again. So I'm like right here in this band. I'm right in here. And this band is just. And then we had another one literally right before I was streaming as well. See, that was the one right before I was streaming. Or no, this is the same one. This is the one that happened. So this is what's going to be going on here. I'm going to get to 5. Question is, can I get to like 6 to 8? you see what you see why I said all these places too into southern New England we're going to be able to get involved is because I thought so, and we're seeing it now happen in real time. Look at that, down on Long Island, nice little band show up. Connecticut, Hudson Valley. North Jersey's probably going to be able to get get something as well. This is probably going to swing through here, kind of like this. So you're going to keep filling. You're going to keep filling in here. An X Black Jeep. Let me get to. I should have checked. I should have checked earlier when I was out, but it's definitely easily over double digits. I'd question is how much right now over double digits. I think. But I'll show you what's going on in that band right now. Come on. Play. Play to win the game. Play. Doesn't want to load. But you can kind of see the amount of flakage that's going on. Let me refresh it. But yeah, but this is fun. I'm looking outside still. It's like a 20 dBz band still, and it's still thumping away. Nah, it doesn't. But hopefully you can kind of see that how many flakes are falling within that. It doesn't want to play right now, but good dendrites falling throughout that band there, and we're only going to get colder in the upper levels. Actually, I want to show satellite. Fun system, man. This is a fun system. I love this. I freaking love this system. I know some don't love it, but I have loved every second from the start to the finish here. Actually, you're gonna zoom out too. There we go. So this is believe it or not here. This is Wednesday. This is Wednesday's system right here. This is your current system. You can see that right here, and this is boom trailing out east. But look at what it leaves in its wake behind. A little bit of an inverted trough, you see, so to say, and so that gets thrown back. And as a result, these are your pieces for, you see, this is coming ashore. This was getting sampled tonight. So this was probably getting sampled 18Z, 0Z, you know, those last several runs today into tonight as it was getting better sampled. This piece here, and this is also what's going to help establish the Western Ridge as well. And so all of this is coming here, and you can see the subtropical jet and the linkage to what's going on as this presses out. So you get a subtropical moisture link, you get Pacific origins into the system as well. It won't be a direct connection still, so to say, at that point. You're not going to go like here and here. That would be incredibly impressive. But you'd also have probably much more warm air concerns at that point. Your moisture, you can already see you see how this is a precursor for what's going to happen. You can already see the northern pole here, thanks to some of the Atlantic ridging we have that's pulling up the moisture here, and this is going to be able to get tapped into the flow. This is going to get wrapped in around, and you can see the pieces all starting to come together here for our storm. All of these pieces coming together, and you see how close in proximity they are. Everything's already on the table. We don't need to flip this at the last second. We don't need to pray the North Stream comes in to meet the South Stream. The pieces are there. This system is literally at this point just waiting. Right? Imagine this system is you at the DMV right now. There's just a long line ahead of you, and you gotta your name's gonna get called, but you gotta wait a little bit, and that's how it's gonna plan out. So specifically from a man in Watertown, it's Black Jeep. Is that Mr. Baker from Twitter? It might be. Specifically for Watertown, Watertown's in a pretty good spot. You have a pretty good margin for error, I think, with this system, so that you can be on the eastern side or the western side of potentially a deformation band, or you can be too far east of the deformation band and get waves that come in still, so to say. So I think Watertown is in a pretty solid spot. If that's let me reread your super chat actually. It's gonna be Watertown is gonna be in a pretty good spot. Oh, you put in another. You shouldn't have done that, but I appreciate it. Thank you for doing that. Oh, you're asking a different question. Sorry. Is blizzard conditions? Yeah, possible. It's possible. I'm not going to guarantee it, but certainly very much possible here in the setup. Those fatties are still falling outside. Oh, this is fantastic. It's all filling into on radar across Eastern Mass right now. This is literally, I love when the storms go to plan. I love when that happens. It makes me so happy. I can't tell you, because for the ones that happen on Wednesday, these ones help make up for it. These ones help make up for it. So Watertown, you got more snow coming tonight, first of all, and then you're gonna have more. Obviously Sunday, Monday, and that will be a higher single event. But you're gonna have more probably plowing to do with this system here. Maybe a little bit more. What do you think for the Abington area? Welcome, Stephen Cahill, as well. Thank you for being a member. I think for Abington, Massachusetts, out there, Eastern Mass, Abington, pretty good spot. Pretty good spot, because you can have some things shift around either way. And when I mean shift around, I don't mean necessarily the models. I just mean you can have the overall specifics of the upper level setup here that shift around a little bit, and you don't have to worry so much. I think by around 12 to 18Z tomorrow, I think we'll be more done with some of the upper level setup changes, because this is still just kind of clearing its way out. We gotta fully wait. There's some tea leaves that are going to get left behind eventually, but this is just fully, and they're already starting to happen. Already starting to happen. You see the moisture pull that's happening here. You can already see that there's going to be this is what's going to be happening. This is clearing itself out. There's an aim of moisture heading for right here. You can see it. This is lifting in behind it. And this comes in to enhance the upper level energy, so that spin of the atmosphere in the upper levels can strengthen so much that it becomes such a powerful system. And imagine Thanos, Thanos putting on that last ring, so to say. It's imagine the system is now starting to put on the rings, the Infinity Stones. It's starting to say. It's putting those Infinity Stones on, and it's starting to become a real behemoth. to work with. And once it does that, it starts tapping it, right? It has all these powers. Now the moisture starts working in fantastic. It starts pulling all this cold air. It creates all this impressive lift within that area as a result, and it creates this impressive thermal clash. It really, once you start that phasing of the upper level energy that occurs, that's where all the special stuff happens, and then that upper level energy that will pop out, and kind of tug northeast a little bit. That is when all of it happens right on top of the area. Still going. Still, I'm looking outside. Just won't vanish, and I'm glad it's not. So this is why I really love looking at satellite, though. It can really show you what's going on, in my opinion. You can get away from the models, and you can look yourself. Look at it yourself to see what's going on here. Here's another thing I want to show too, that, and this could be something we look at for the end of the system maybe too, because this is probably one of those systems where the end of the system is probably still going to have some light to moderate fun towards the end still. That the model guidance, especially something like the HRR, cannot show much. It may not show much. So I'll give you an example. I'm taking soundings that are just near me. Oh, dang it. I wanted to take both. But notice this sounding here. There is nothing on the HRR. There is absolutely nothing. Not a lick of precipitation. But look what's really happening here. Fantastic saturation throughout the column. A little bit of a depression right here towards the middle. Minor. Very minor. This is a solid light to moderate and just enough lift within the dendritic growth zone, perfectly placed, that you're going to get some continuing accumulating snowfall. And look at the upper level. The top of your dendritic growth zone here is around 625 to 650-ish. We'll say around 625 to give or take 750 here. It's really fantastic. It's really fantastic. You can see it was shown a little bit more, but I don't know why. Something the HRR does is the first few hours, every time it reruns, it can't predict it well. It just can't. It can't get the p-type map right for some reason at all. And here was another sound too, right? Not showing anything. Not showing anything. This is even better of a sounding, just a different hour. Great saturation, even towards the top of the dendritic growth zone, even less of a depression on this run, and even better lift on this run as well. Probably snowing 3/8 to 2/3 of an inch an hour right there, if I had to guess. At least 1/4 to 1/2 inch an hour. And that adds up. And that adds up over time. If you keep doing that for hours over time, it adds up. So it's not like this major bang to the storm, so to say, but it's notable. It's notable for what's still going on. And I can take the soundings for right now. I don't know if they're showing it. And they're barely showing anything for this hour. They're barely showing any lift, the HRR in these soundings. So I question how well the HRR is actually showing lift right now in the dendritic growth zone, because we're clearly getting enough for dendrites right now. What's happening? And we're actually even going to get into long range HRR range, long range HRR run here, which it's not going to be all that accurate, but. And also, what I said if we get, I think I said if we get 3 feet of snow, I'm gonna, I'll video myself jumping into the snow. Is what I said I will. I think I said that last time. So you would get to see me for the first time. I said I would. I'll hold my word onto me just diving into. You may not see me that well, but you'll get to see me if we do get 3 feet. You'll see me. I said that last winter. Just doing a headfirst dive into what would be an insane snowpack at that point, likely as well. But this is what we got going on, Sally. Let's look at the upper levels. And I'm going to show you, there's so much we can talk about with this storm, which I love. But you see this in the upper levels too? You can already see the tap of moisture that we're going to get here, deep into the subtropics and into the tropics. I should say deep into the Caribbean, and then down you have your Pacific jet as well. You can see your subtropical jet that's kicking on. That's the lead way of moisture to get out ahead of this system. So probably, if I had to guess, there'll probably be more overrunning moisture than what's even anticipated right now, if I had to guess. To start with, which isn't a bad thing, because that, you know, more precipitation that gets out in front probably will want to consolidate better. But you can see this here, just sliding back into it. This is going to slide around. Look at, you can already see, you see the trough axis already shifting. You see how this is pulling up? Trough axis already. So this is why I've always I've loved the potential with this, and I've liked the margin for error more with this system than other ones, because your trough axis early on is already so well impressive. This is a rare setup we have here. This is a very rare. There's a reason we don't get a ton of blizzards. There's a reason. There is a reason, guys, that we don't get a ton of multi-foot blizzards. There's a reason for it, because this is a rare setup to have. You need to perfectly, now we knew this was perfectly placed. We knew the threading of the needle that was done was like 5 days ago, guys. That was the threading when you put the pieces and you set them in the stone. Once they were there, we weren't threading any more needles, really, so to say. It was a matter of the specifics of the upper level evolution at that point. And in my opinion, there's always a little bit of threading of the needle that has to be done to convert these, but the reason we didn't do it is because something so specific and perfect came together. But something so specific and perfect did come together in terms of the general upper level evolution that we got blessed with. You too, Vetros. We got blessed with. And so this all coming together, and if you don't have current storm right here, guess what, guys? This is just going to come inland probably. But that has not been the theme of the winter, has it? The theme of the winter has not been cutters. The theme of the winter has been late offshore bombs that either bomb out near the shore, just offshore, or way up here. And then our big snowstorms have been as a result of North Stream energy with Southern Stream moisture. That's where we've gotten most of our snowstorms this winter. Now what we're going to do is we're going to get really just dive in what's happening over the Pacific, so to say. But your North Stream and your Southern Stream are already so close. There's really like 3 or 4 parts to this, so it's not just a North and South Stream, but everything is already so well put together to start with that really helps make it easy. You can already see this. Anybody worrying about this going completely out to sea, that's not going to happen. This is all, the trough axis is shifting as we speak. You can see it in real time. This is just the last few hours here. So, really hope the Berks get in on the business Sunday, man. Yeah, Berks will probably get in. Snow piles are huge, though, already. I don't think we can handle much more. They are. But, you know, Berks has a decent floor with this here. Berks has a decent floor. You have a pretty impressive ceiling, but not the highest ceiling. Well, I don't want to say that. It could be the highest ceiling, I guess, in theory, but you do not have there's not a good floor to your ceiling, so to say, like as much as a little bit further east and south. But the precip shield is going to be so expansive, guys, I think, that you're going to get light to moderate snow bands that just continue to come into pretty good upper level cold air, even though your temperatures aren't going to be anything out of the 20s and low, more than the 20s. So it'll accumulate. It'll accumulate. Now again, you'll get maybe a little bit of sun angle action, just a tad, just a little. If you're not into heavy stuff, for people that are too far west of the main action, you get some, but not enough to prevent you know, the accumulations from happening. I wonder if so this is real. I'm really loving what I'm seeing on satellite right now. It's another thing to know where it's another thing to look at it on models. It's another thing to see it in real time, that you can clearly see the trough axis shifting here. You see that? You can see this upper level energy. You can see the stream interaction going on between these two in the space for this to clear out to want to rise latitude gain. So you can already kind of see some of the tea leaves potentially for this want to rise, the latitude gain, want to rise, but not go so far. That's the beauty of it. The threading of the needle happened like 5 days ago, guys, when we knew the specifics of the setup. Because this upper level energy, most of it has been here for days now. I see it. I see the light. Simba, rise. The circle of life. I'm hoping this is going to show. Still are. I still see those flakes going out there on this band. Not to the same extent, but I mean, we're pretty light, pretty light DBZ here, and I see more bands forming in behind. I see more forming in from behind, from the west. God, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. It's not, you guys can hear it in my voice. It's not an ego thing. It's just simply so happy to just simply get the forecast right. And then me also be in a spot where I'm doing really well with the system. So I really get to freaking enjoy it, guys. It's awesome for me. Still won't freaking play. I can promote. Oh no. I wanted to see what this process was like. No, yeah, we're not promoting. Sorry. This is where you pay money to show your post again. You're already taking enough from me so I can upload videos. This is literally, I have a check so I can literally upload uh, so I can upload longer content for you guys for X, and it loads smoothly and in a higher quality and effectively. That's that's the biggest reason why I have that. Okay. Let me go to. Oh, this was what I was going to show you. Just like we were just talking about like 20 minutes ago. And you can already see your precipitation going for this storm. You see it? Just like we were showing on satellite. And then here's this fun little swing of the low here from like that's literally from like Wednesday actually I believe, which is kind of cool to think about. Actually, no, this is the decaying primary, so to say, and then Wednesday is connected. Wednesday system still is connected, and you can kind of see the North Stream coming in here over Montana. You can see the Pacific moisture already from the next system after. Seems like there's going to be another system after this one as well. Just not as certain about the specifics of what's going to happen, but Bering Strait teleconnection that you can see here with all this amplification out here, the Pacific Gyre. So that is also going to be able to insert its way into the eastern U.S. upcoming year. So more activeness until late February into early March, guys, as well, regardless of if it's rain or snow for you. But here's what I was going to show you is, look at the explosion of precip going on in eastern New England especially, which I'm sitting in kind of right now. And then, but look at this continued push from the west here. We got more stuff that's saying hello, and it's just basically enhancing itself right on top of me right now. Oh, you got a blizzard warning for Long Island? Okay, it's just issued blizzard warnings. Just got a winter storm warning. Get everybody, everybody commenting that at once that the blizzard warnings are dropping. But this is pretty cool still here. There's got a lot going on. I'm sorry, guys. I love these kind of systems. I love them. 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 Part of me is just like F the talk about the blizzard for a second. Like F it, because I want to be as present as I can to enjoy it. Like, think about how much we could have used this. Like, I know this isn't as well as much for some places. I know this is almost kind of similar to some of the storms we had last winter. But think about if we had one more of these last winter. I think like the winter would have shifted a little bit from like it was crappy snowfall wise to like it wasn't good, but it wasn't the worst as well. If we had like one more of these, as simple as that sounds. I know it would have taken more of that to get a great snowfall winter-wise, but just think about all those winters you wish you could have had, especially if you're in southern New England, central New England right now. You know, upstate New York. It's just, it's fun. It's fun. I really enjoy these heavily. Then I also want to show you. And you can see why, based on the low-level water vapor, you know, as the stuff is still working its way, but you can see why right here, it's almost kind of like a subsidence area, so to say, where this is where your best moisture is at the moment. And so everything that's meeting its way here kind of keeps enhancing. So that's why I keep getting lucky, because probably some orographic to that too. Right over the valley, it's not really a shocker that right over the valley is where some of that low level water vapor breaks up, and it's been pretty solid out here for hours. But look at the spin too. You see how cool that is? The spin in from behind. The system is moving out. The decaying primary low and all of the, you see the spin. This is, weather is so cool, guys. Weather is so cool. I'm sorry. The atmosphere is freaking very cool. And this is why I'm a nerd. Well, you know, I'm more than just a nerd. I'm telling you, eventually, there's a few people that follow me that know about me, and that and that know about me, especially probably some people from Grafton, but you'd be surprised what I do away from. I'm not trying to like hype it up or something, but it just you wouldn't expect it for what I do, with how much of a nerd I am weather wise. But you can see here what's going on. Fantastic low level water vapor signature still out here. Like the low pressure you can see out here dried out, and so this is also racing east. All of this is racing east to help create the stream separation for tomorrow. That's a good thing. If this was pretty slow right now, we'd be concerned about stream separation. The fact, see, all of this is kicking out, racing to the east. It's really about hitting benchmarks now. That's it. It's hitting the benchmarks, right? This isn't so unexpected, so to say, and that changes the forecast. It's just making sure we hit our benchmarks and current observations at this point. Again, if you don't mind hitting the like, it's very helpful as well. For those that are new here, that are just kind of tuned in, you saw the thumbnail, you know there's a blizzard happening, and you want to know what I do. I break down the weather in depth. I do in-depth meteorology, and I focus on especially the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, and that's where it's getting hit right now. But I really specialize all up and down the East Coast as well a bit. Wherever the big storms are happening, usually across the eastern half of the United States, that's where I tend to specialize. I have southeast followers. I do hurricanes as well. We do hurricanes in depth come hurricane season. We do lots of video breakdowns. Severe weather season, we probably won't be as active. We will still be active, though, with the notable severe weather events and the storm chasing and stuff like that. But my goal here is to give you kind of more of a safe space to geek out into the meteorology and kind of get a better understanding, hopefully, for the atmosphere, so you can pick apart the stuff as well versus just having to be told what's happening. And you can kind of start being aware of what's going on, and you can even do this if you're really interested on your own for fun and start picking up stuff over time. It's not so hard to pick up on the general stuff once you get a hang of it. And my goal is to hopefully try to give you a simplified version of the meteorology the best I can, but also give you the in-depth analysis. So that is my goal and what I do on this channel. We go and we don't hide, we don't shy away from going in depth either, because I feel like you can better explain what's going on in the atmosphere, and you can highlight certain scenarios as a result better than just saying, hey, this is the model run, this is what's going to happen, because that's what the model shows right now. Anybody that's been following me for a while knows that's not the case. So my goal is to try to best sum up what the atmosphere is doing, from an in-depth meteorology perspective. And again, I don't pretend to be the expert at everything, but I do try to make sure I understand it as good as I can, so you all can understand it as well. That's my goal, simply to put. And if you're able to learn a thing or two, that's awesome as well. But this was all self-taught, so this wasn't thanks to meteorology school. I have no degree in atmospheric science. I don't try to say I'm a meteorologist. Some call me that, but I do not have an AMS certification. I'm just a weatherman. That's it. And so I do my best to break this stuff down here. Our good old boy, the NAM, cooking out. Take a peek. You're not going to learn too much, but take a peek. Now, it's going to be hard to tuck too much more than what the NAN did, but it's not impossible. some changes. A little broader with the trough to start. A little broader. I'll see. We will see how it does with that. I'm from Berks County. Hope we get a lot of snow. Berks County, PA. I believe that's Eastern PA, if my memory serves me correct. That's Southeast PA, right? East Southeast PA. Berks County there, Scott. Mr. Patton. I believe that is where. I know. Sound the alarm. There are clouds in the sky. Blizzard warning. You got the blizzard warning. Are you kidding me? Just immediately revert to a Boston accent anytime the big weather, the fun weather words get thrown around. Johnny, can you believe we got the blizzard warning here? The South Shore is gonna get hammered, Johnny. Yep. I don't pretend to hide that I'm from Massachusetts. But I also clearly don't have the Boston accent as a default. But it's so much more fun to say things with the Boston accent sometimes. I'm sorry. So we were we were maybe slightly broader, but I also see. Let's just pull in a little bit more. Berks side of Mass is the only place without a watch. Surprised and not surprised. I wouldn't be so surprised. Like this could have had like there could have easily been winter storm watches for many of these places across central and northeastern Mass. We're probably closing in on 5 if I had to guess right now. We're at least 4.5. And we're gonna end up with about 6 in like a 15-hour span. So usually I think it's 6 in a 12-hour span, 8 in a 24. But anytime it's like close to it, you usually get. I don't like they really haven't been putting them out anymore. Yeah, well, that's from a timing perspective, Celtic Supreme. That's not because of obviously a lack of input on the system. These are not the SREFs you're looking for. Or were these the SREFs runs that everyone was talking about earlier? I believe they were. The fact you took away. See how much snow you took away, and it got higher in southern New England. See that? It's always a good sign. Never a bad sign. Let's go back to our boy the Nam here. Dare we do this? Do we dare look at the HRR as if you're going to get an answer? Which we're not. But good Lord. Oh my. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is why you don't always trust the short range missile scale. Oh, what a run. That's probably one of the hardest laughs I've ever had on stream. Oh my God, it's sincere too. I would have had the exact same reaction if it wasn't off screen. Probably a few more expletives. This isn't a range though, so you're not going to get anything. Maybe just some soundings, just a general idea. You can get a general idea from the sounding. That's the only reason I really, that's the only time or stock of anything I would put into some of that stuff. But yeah, you want to talk about eye candy. There you go. Here you go, weenies. That's insanity. And this is what you want. And I'll show you all why that these. Oh, it's still not out yet fully on. This, and it will also go to show why I'm not concerned about temperatures. But again, I will say, I, I will say, DC is not my favorite spot for this system, and it's not like it's not even close to like a favorite spot for this system. I'm sorry, it just isn't for me at this point. The only thing I would agree with this HRR, and a lot of people probably would almost lose their mind because of the amount of rain that you would start with, that you lose to snow. I really don't want anybody to be all that alarmed if you lose even more than you expect. The goal to get a major is to get major snowfall totals. That's your goal here, right? You're trying to get like 1 to 2 feet of snow or something in those areas, or at least at least like 8 to 16 inches of snow or something like that, right? That's what at least you're trying. You're trying to get a major snowstorm that you haven't. Some areas have not, gotten. We can't say that, but there was a major. I mean, come on, we had over a foot of snow in New York City, but we're talking, more these areas here. Like the central Jersey, South Jersey, especially. That I know those people are fiending. And, you literally had like 7 to 12 inches of snow across that area combined with sleet. So I wish there wouldn't be as much complaining because that's a real. You have to know where you live, and that's a really good snowstorm for those areas. But HLR showing that the inverted trough stuff still going on. I don't know. The faucet shuts off tomorrow into Sunday. The HRR, by the way, would have, if it finished, it probably would have put, um, the HRR probably would have done about 1 to 2 feet of snow across New York City. By the way, if you care about that. One thing I kind of like about some of the model runs, I like screenshotting some of the weenie stuff because I like looking at it, be able to look back on it for a perspective. That's about as classic as it can get right there, man. Let's go to a boy, your cousin, the Nam from Boston. Again, look at what you're doing here. Overnight tonight, just rotting out. I'm gonna believe the Namor on this. And this is why some people will like say I can't use that model. That model, I can't rely on it. I choose whatever model I think is closest to what happens in the atmosphere. Not what model I want to happen, what model I think is closest to the atmosphere. And the NAM tends to show the precip a little bit better than the HRR does. But look, you never shut it off. You never fully shut the system off. You still have the leftover upper level energy from the primary that still fully has to, like, never fully leaves. Look what happened. You transition. Some people are going to lose their freaking minds. I'm telling you, because it's going to be like it's going to be like 5 days straight of snowstorm for some people, and they're going to. These are the systems we said it last night on stream. These are the back-to-back systems, and these are the storms that make people that head to Florida, that make tens of thousands of people go to Florida for the winter span. So this isn't quite as strong, but it is pressing ever so slightly more maybe. But it's hard. You can see how messy it still kind of is to read, to pick apart. I'd say the stream separation is maybe just slightly less on this run. But it also looks like your energy sat back better on this run as well. You see that? You know, I was talking about the Western Ridge was going to look slightly different, and it is. It sits back. So this is what I'm talking. This is why I've been more optimistic than probably a lot of people were at one point, at least a time or another, and just consistently staying a little bit more optimistic in relative to other storms that we've had, because your margin for error is the Western Ridge and this. You already have your pieces over. As long as both of these didn't completely F you over in such a terrible, terrible aspect, you had a pretty good shot to at least get a high impact scraper at, like, worst, to potentially a very impactful major hit. Like it, I'm pretty confident that we get. Like I really can't. Right now I can't see anything worse than like a major coastal scraper, and like not just like scrape, like, and no, it would be basically a hit, but scraping some of the more inland places. I can't see much anything worse. And even then, the current analysis right now tells me you're gonna get that low is probably going to be able to hug pretty tight. The upper level low especially. Well, is it actually? So you see, she always said that this part was weaker a little bit. So this part may lag a little bit more, but there's different things that can change the stream separation run to run. There's a lot going on here on the edge between, how we were talking about how these two have to like come together. So you're still going to get some minor changes to the upper levels, like literally on every single run still. How about Philly? What are the snowfall totals? I'm not going to tell you the specific totals, but plowable snowfall, I think, is pretty likely at this point for Philly. The question is about the ceiling, I think, in Philadelphia. You're going to probably lose some to rain to start, and I can already see my mentions right now. Just we're going to replace the B with an S, and with an ST, we're going to say people stitching instead of the B word, because I don't want to lose the monetization. The biatching is how is how we'll get around it. The biatchi that people will say, right? The biatching that they will do. As a result, anyway, it's not that I'm afraid to cuss, by the way. It's just that I worked very hard to get the monetization, and I want to keep it that way. And so that makes me, I can already tell you, there's going to be people complaining about the rain, and they literally, and people will probably give some people crap for even mentioning it beforehand. You'll lose. But it's just not the takeaway, in my opinion. It's just not the takeaway. But you will. For some places out in here, it could be. It will be more notable, potentially losing some to rain. But further east, not as much. Your takeaway isn't, man, did we get a lot of rain from this system? I wouldn't even get so specific. I wouldn't even get so specific with that, Tom. Tom, I really wouldn't. I'd be patient. I'd be patient. But I think you can get a lot of snow out of this in the Berks. Precip shield will be expansive. That you can just miss out on the deformation band and still get crushed. Seems like that band stopped. Oh, still barely, I think. But then that new band's coming in from the west. I can see it forming already. But it's likely kind of dumping right now in Eastern Mass. If surface temps right now were like in the mid 20s to low 20s, this would be even more crazy. Not crazy, but it'd be even. I mean, it's still pretty good, but it'd be even more, so to say. It's okay. So I had some stuff. Yeah. Okay. My initial thoughts were right here. You can see the 500 line. Follow that. It is a little broader. Even though this sits a little better, which probably just delays the tucking of the low, so to say, which isn't too far off from a potential. But what's annoying is that if the NAM were to show an absolute bomb, but to slightly be slightly more east from where it was the previous one, you'd start seeing people lose their mind, be like, "Oh my god, it's going like it's just ridiculous how people view model runs. It's just utter ridiculousness of how they get the perspective some people have with these. I just can't understand it. That they're caring so much about the specifics of what the model run does. I just can't. I can't physically understand it. And then also doing this and acting like it's, oh my god, oh my god, why isn't it showing like what it was before? I just can't. I can't fathom why it needs to be done like that. This isn't defining your storm here by doing this. Obsessing over stuff that you don't need to. This is going to be a tank of a run. Are you trying to get a major snowstorm, or are you worried about the model guidance slightly moving around? Yeah, so just like we talked about, it's a little bit weaker, but this part extends out just a little bit more. So stream separation is slightly different, and this is going to keep moving into tomorrow, just like we talked about. This process will keep moving into tomorrow. Just got a blizzard warning into New York City. Yeah, New York City, absolutely. Somewhere that it could see blizzard conditions with this system, no doubt. Um, so it makes sense. You'll have potential for visibility in. Now, New York City can get their ceiling pretty limited potentially. It's not impossible, so I just warn you of that. But I do think New York City is in a decent spot here. I'm not sure to get the most, but to potentially still get yeah, New York City is in a decent spot here to get a major snowstorm. What do you think of forecast of 18 to 24 inches of snow? Do you think they're just clickbait potential? They're not clickbait, but they do highlight the potential. Absolutely. In terms of totals here, guys, where you know 1 to 2, 1 to 3 feet of snow is certainly what's going to be the talk of the town with this system. I wouldn't doubt that potential at all. And HR stopped at 40 hours, and it's a shame because I really wanted to show what it was kind of doing. Will it let me? It's not even the best. It's just, but this storm is going to be so much fun, I think. I can't wait for this thing, man. I can't wait for this. There's so much to like about this, in my opinion. So much to like. They're really going aggressive with the blizzard warnings. So you don't usually see that. They're usually so conservative uh, with those you know MFers. His name's going to be a tank of a run still. But you know what? People are going to complain because it didn't bomb out as early. Why? Because the Nam did the Nam. Like that's it. The energy is less consolidated a little bit early on. All that's going to happen here is it's going to take a little bit more time, and that's it. And so it lowers the max ceiling here on the specific run. I better not see though people complaining about you not getting 30 to 40 inches of snow because the model showed it and you getting like 15 to 20 or something. We better not. You've had the metaphorical rug pulled out from under you guys, and what you thought you would get some storms down there way too often. We can't be complaining about that. If you get 1 to 2 feet in this area here, it's going to be a generational storm. And there's a decent shot of that. I'm same. Cannot wait to watch this unfold. Me either. Yeah, you too, Lord Ethan. I'm 5 miles from one in East. I always forget how to say it. Bergen or Bergen. I think it's Bergen, right? I don't know. I forget every time I say it, and I know exactly where. I know geography pretty well, but not perfect. Is this HRR run ever gonna freaking finish? So annoying that it's not. So I wanted to see what it's gonna do. Well, there's a plow. Bergen. Okay, I had it. Mm, yeah, still going. Just very light. The snow. The plow sets off the auto light so I can see better. It's timing. Celtic Supreme. It's all timing. They always go very conservative with the blizzard warnings. Think about how many systems they could have done those blizzard warnings. How jumpy the low is too. 50s, man. Watch the cold air get pulled in as the system strengthens. You see this? See how the cold air gets pulled in everywhere? See how the cold air gets pulled in out ahead and gets pulled in from behind? Going to be an ice box across these places for this system. Only parts of Tennessee may not even get above 32 on February 22nd. That's cold. But Florida will be basking it in. I'm going to go to this apparently. There's the ice box. There's the ice box in behind. It could be some places minus 20 to minus 25 below average Fahrenheit. Ice box. Some places in Alabama may not get above 32 degrees on Monday for late February. Late February. Look at that cold air comes into the Northeast as well. And we watch. That's another thermal clash there. You see that? This is more into our Bering Strait connection too. This is on the edge of the Bering Strait connection. The previous time frame, this is well within it. See that thermal clash? That could be another system right there. Look at that. See that? Little clipper, but a little bit of southern moisture to it too. Kind of a juice clipper, and then another one. And that would all be depending on track, and that would be obviously that would be an inland runner, but compare that with the 0Z last night. That's a lot different. So this is going to sort itself out a lot. So that's not even close to the right picture, probably, if I had to guess. And I'm not even thinking about storm tracking anything beyond right now. All I know is it's going to be moderation, but it's and more with the storm tracks. The storm tracks are not as locked in, I think, as some of the previous. But the only reason I would not want this to happen and be this further southeast, it's not because I feel the need. We need so much more snow, even though I'm not going to deny it. I don't want to take away the snowpack that I know we're going to get after this. The snowpack is going to be ridiculous, and I want to see how long that could last for. I'm about to see the highest snowpack I think I've seen since 2015. And a lot of it has to do with this storm here that happening. All the way down to the coast getting some snow right now. Even south of Long Island. That's a nice banding that's coming through Connecticut over the next couple hours here as well. Keep that in mind. Not crazy, but enough to help get those accumulations to where I thought you would be. There was a reason I put the 1 to 4 so far south on my map. There was a reason for it. Method to the madness. God, I'm so happy that this forecast verified. Well, I'm so happy. It's just it's a lot of work making these forecasts, man. Now we got another one. We're off to a good start so far. It seems like all we had to do was not assume this was going out to sea compared to like 3/4 of the WX Twitter community was, and we get a bonus there. Yep, thunder snow certainly possible. Phil, how you doing as well, my man? Yeah, thunder snow certainly seems like it's. I mean, we've had thunder snow 2 systems in a row here for the Great Lakes and Northeast. It seems like there's going to be another. Seems like there's going to be another. Heck, we had a severe thunderstorm warning. The clashing of the air masses, but it's a little bit different here with this system, so I wouldn't guarantee it. But look, another one. Just adding on to it, making sure nobody's left out besides some parts of Pennsylvania. Where was this last run? Look at that. Look at that adjustment. That's impressive. Is it because of the high? Poor stream separation? I wonder. I guess we really wouldn't mind that western ridge being stronger than anticipated, huh? Look at some of the Arctic origins you're going to have here, though. You see the split flow here? Probably going to be an active late February into March as well. But Atlantic ridging, not needed right there. And then that's all model noise beyond that. Tatum's going up into his chair. Guess he's claimed it. But you really see how it's not that different. In fact, this run, I'd argue, is better in a sense. It's just a little bit more delayed. That's all it was. It all comes together. Patience. God. Like, I want you all, everybody in the chat right now, just think about the fact we have this here. We have this. Even if the specifics, even if you don't end up in like the 18 to 24 inches and you get like 12 to 18 or something, you get 8 to 12. Just I mean, think about how awesome this is. Like just tracking it, enjoying it, the model runs, seeing the stuff, like it's awesome. It's awesome to track these systems. It's just so much fun. And then you're going to get to see the final output. There'll be some people a little disappointed that they don't get the most, but this is awesome. This is awesome. Just take an appreciation. Southern New England, take an appreciation. If you really love winter weather, man, I mean, if you really love winter weather, this has been one of the best winters. It's one of the best winters on memory. This could end up being a historic winter for southern New England. This really, really could be. Especially you consider these now two storms back to back in this time frame. Four systems in 8 days. I know one of them did not produce much. I know one of them did not produce much, but it is still four systems in 8 days. Incredible, incredible stretch. Incredible stretch of winter weather here. Oh, now here's something that I'd be curious in. Something that I'm going to keep an eye on is the nature of the around the 700 volt, which means the deformation banding, instead of being somewhere placed along this area, eventually what has to happen means everywhere around this entire, imagine it's a circle of death, basically. Everywhere around that area, it's a circle of death band. Everywhere around that area, absolutely crushing snow. And then whoever gets placed best along the pivot axis of here and here. Oh, Bramani, give me some credit. I know what I know what I'm talking about a little bit. You know, I gotta be able to do some model run-to-run analysis, but um, you know, Troflo is a little bit broader to start, so you know it's just going to take its time. But I appreciate it. Thank you for the boost of confidence. But what would happen here is all of this around is just getting crushed, and this is decaying, and then this is all forming now up here. And so even if you even eventually wherever that deformation band fully sets up is, that's where you would get some of the most snow. Boy, is that something. Tatum stretching out over there, my man. You want to come up? Yes. Hello, puppy. No, he's right next to me. It's always a good feeling when your dog wants to come next to you. Let's come lie on the couch right here. The name Cook, yeah. Do I peek? That is a lot of snow. What does that say? Is that 47 and count? Oh yeah, 58. I see it now. That is that's a historic name run, no doubt. This is just taking its sweet old time to get there too. But remember what I said about the snowfall output. Remember what I said. It's not. Oh, it's still holding on to the deformation band as well. Look at that. There you go. You want your Berks to get into the action? There you go. Right there. Deformation band dumping New York City, North Jersey, Hudson Valley, Western Mass, Central Mass, and then waves of banding going into this. Your subsidence zone is here, and technically here a little bit, but look at the 850. See the 850? That's why you're not worrying about. You're going to get waves to go off. I wonder how well we can get 850 and 700 to come together. If 850 and 700 can be even more compact, the ceiling in southern New England rises even more. And it's about how many feet of snow and not just like 1 to 3. I mean, it already is feet. I mean, it's hard to say it's going to get so much higher than it is, but it's an incredibly high ceiling. Tell him, Mosh, it's incredibly hard. If you know that scene, type it in the chat. Tatum, come here, come here. I don't trust you. You're still a young puppy in my mind. What's the groan, Tatum? Jesus. You're in the warning? Nice, Phil. Nice. Everybody's going to be in a bunch of warnings here. Should we give a live tweet? Should we give a live tweet? Why not? Great post. Oh, I can't copy and paste. Is the NAM win is nuts? God, I can't save the images. Oh boy, what a run! Here's another thing you have to understand. Um, this would the ratios would probably be even better. So this is where on the north side of the deformation band, oftentimes they underestimate the totals because the lift is so impressive in the dendritic growth zone in the surface cold is that's where the best surface cold is as well, along with the best upper along with the best surface temps. Like look at the is it still snowing? Technically in Maine, yeah. And honestly, not that it's impossible. I'm sorry to break down. Listen, I would love this run, but not to break down your hopes so much, but it would be very difficult for everything to be so centered and only here, and probably not. Um, I mean, it is ripping all around here. It's just right here. It's maxed out the precip. Um, and it's not impossible, but just know there's a reason why you don't get 60-inch snowstorms every day. How much is it 10 to 1? That's what I'm curious. Like that it's 57 10 to 1. It says 6 inches of QPF, all snow. Imagine if you didn't even lose any to rain there. Let's see your surface temps. Yeah, NAM probably better with the surface temps here. If you're 20, like if you're 22, 21 degrees in the upper level cold air you have, your ratios would be insane. With the lift you would have perfectly placed in the dendritic growth zone as well, insane it would be. Look at 850. 850, you're -10 to -11 in the peak of that band. That, that NAM run is one of the more insane outputs though I've seen on a model run in a shorter range time frame in a minute. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Take a look here. That's insane. I'm speechless. I know it's not going to be reality, but I am beyond speechless on that run. Slightly minor dew point depression at the very top, but I mean, your dendritic growth zone is starting near 550. And look at the depth in the dendritic growth zone as well as the key. You see how much depth there is to it? And you see how much consistent saturation in sorry, lift, saturation as well, but lift all throughout it. It's probably 2 to 5 inch per hour snowfall rates right there, if I had to guess. Probably about 2 to 5 inch per hour. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Model output there that one of a kind that that you'll ever see there. That's incredibly impressive. I'm not sure what's with some of these soundings though, showing it's so dry in some spots, but that is in the upper levels, not at the surface. But yeah, there's your NAM fun. NAM 3K is even better, I'd argue. Incredible. I'm speechless. You hear how I just it's part of me realizing and knowing how incredible this storm has the potential to be, and also just admiring a model run for what it is. I can appreciate that without it being my forecast. But I'm about to make a threat map, and I feel like it's like whenever you're hungry and then you go to the store, you buy things you don't really need but you want. I feel like that's what I'm about to do here. That NAM 3K, by the way, this NAM 3K was going to produce probably 3 feet of snow in southern New England, by the way. This thing was just starting to get cooking. This thing was probably going to drop, give or take 3 feet of snow. But you see what I mean about before then? Look what we got going on here. This is before, this is Sunday 2 a.m. here, I think. Yeah. This is snow. This is just to give you an idea. All of these places here, we have more snowfall to go with this storm here. Before then, look at some of the upslope stuff, but again, not exact totals. Will be more than this in some places here. I mean, just gives you some perspective. You see the Kachera is a little bit higher too. It shows you the upper level cold. Top 5 model run of all time. I don't know, like. See, this is the thing, Celtic Supreme. This is why I like. There's a little bit more safety to Southern New England with this setup than there is in terms of. Now, as we get closer, then this might change a little bit, but there's a little bit like you like here, like in order to reach that ceiling, you need everything to happen right here. Southern New England, like everything can happen right here. You still get crushed. It can, it can delay. It can delay a little bit and carry to the northeast, and you still get crushed. There's not really much ways that some parts of Southern New England like is not going to get crushed here. So I'm gonna make the threat map. Well, let me check radar again first. What we got cooking. Yeah, there's that banding going on again. Some spots in Essex County, I can see some ocean enhancement going on too. North Shore, Essex County. There's going to be some people that are surprised there on the South Shore as well when they wake up. I like this. I like what I'm seeing from the west with this banding coming on in, though. We're going to restart. It's when you know the stream is long yet. But shout out to my man Bermani for staying up. Listen, you may only get to do this once a decade. This kind of setup. So it's a very rare setup we have here. You don't get to do this that often. Waiting for this thing to load here. Come on, I know you want to. Take your sweet old time. Yeah, John Dylan. Yes, the name was a crusher. I just cannot get this to load. Come on. But you actually got to pull something up this time. It's been a while since I've had a Blizzard 2022. Yeah. I don't usually get the Blizzard stuff, really. I usually just get the snow, which is fun for me. I don't really need the wind at all. That's something I will have to consider, too, is wind will probably break up the snow a little bit. All right, it's clearly not ready yet, so we're gonna wait a second on that. We'll give it a second to cool down the Mac. And we'll give you guys some. While I live on the coast, could be top 5. I'm not ready to go there yet for New York City. I'm not ready to quite go there. Based on the dynamic, how the storm is setting up, you don't see it shifting. Well, I mean, it depends on. I don't think in a process of this is where I think it has to be, and based on and it needs to have to shift somewhere. I don't think about it like that. I think about a certain setup within a realistic realm, and then as we get closer, continuing to confine it and confine it is how I like to. I don't like to pin down like a specific evolution of the setup happening so far out because I just don't think that's ever realistic. to do. And so you start, the tea leaves continue to reveal themselves. And it's not waiting for model guidance, it's waiting to see how things kind of exactly play out. But I have some ideas you're going to see on the threat map in a second when it cools down, ideally, hopefully, the laptop, when it cools down. Because I still use a Mac, and it's hopefully next year is the year we get our upgrade. But for the moment, we have to rely on the Mac. So I'm just going to wait for it to cool down. Live on the coast, so the blizzard conditions always, yeah, obviously, Celtic Supreme. If you don't hear me talk for a second, don't mind. It's just me figuring out my laptop. So if you don't hear me talk for a second, make sure if someone asks where to go, it's not me going anywhere. Just keep that in mind. I just need to figure out something with my laptop to cool it down so I can make sure it's not, or make sure that I can use it for Photoshop. That's just about it. right, let's hope it's cooled down a little bit. I think it has here. I decided to take a measurement while it's cooling down. By the way, we're about 5 inches of snow right now. Pure dendritic fluff. This was my threat map last night. Hold on 1 second. Still here. All right, we're loaded up. Sorry, I had to. Y'all don't know how long I haven't had anything to eat in a long time, so I'm not usually a person. I like staying. Y'all don't realize all of those long streams. This is probably the longest I've ever gotten up and away from a stream before. All those 5-hour streams didn't get up once. Not once. Not once did I get up. Sat down the entire time. That's impressive. I know. I'm going to give myself credit there. Maybe not in the forecasting, but asking for a spare change. See, I don't know how much I'm going to make changes to this map, though, in terms of the areas. I don't have too much to change. And again, well, I was waiting on the laptop to cool so I could make my map. You're going to hear a rapper. Don't worry. Sensitive to the mic. Protein bar required to get through these long streams here. My measurement is what I was going to say. About 5 inches of snow right now from this storm. NWS up totals. Oh yeah. I appreciate anyone that just stuck with me through that. Is I can't thank you enough. I know it sounds simple, but support means a lot. That there's many people who want to stay up and watch the mall runs with me. So, Petrus, don't do it. Don't do it. Why is portrait mode turned on to these photos? I don't want that. That snow was so fluffy, guys. It was so fluffy. Which means, indeed, the upper level cold air so much better than it was in the beginning of the system. Yeah, we're about 4.9 or 5.0. I'll have to look closer at the measurement. I'm the GOAT. Appreciate you, my man, Joe Weather. Thank you for being a member. All right, we opened this bad boy up around 4. That's when we started working on her. About 5 minutes ago. So let's see. Where do I want to adjust? I'm not going to make too many changes other than just the wording on the map is. And the RGM is an absolute banger of a model run also. And for those wondering, like, some are probably wondering, follow the cursor. Like, is it gonna be? Is it like some are probably worrying? Like, is it gonna be like a Euro where it's like a great, fantastic snowstorm, maybe even a major snowstorm, but not like those crazy totals, or is it gonna be the crazy totals? Based on past experience, based on me forecasting and how it tends to work out, and also just based on the setup itself, it's probably somewhere in the middle if I had to guess. Now, the ceiling is there, for the, you know, that there's some truth to what you see in the NAM. Okay, there's always some truth and sometimes some model runs. Besides some of those NAM runs yesterday for today's system, we're not even close. But there's usually some hint of truth, and being able to pinpoint and pick those apart is hard. No, I would not be. I would not be up. Right, I would be. I would probably be asleep right now, either trying to sleep, about to go to sleep, or asleep. Honestly, preferably, I would like to go to bed early. If I could go to bed like 7 to 9 p.m. every night, I would. But the RGM, I can't get over what the model is just gorgeous. Here's something I'm excited about too, is that inverted trough feature out ahead. You're going to be pretty well saturated out. You're going to get some really good overrunning snowfall probably into Hudson Valley, Northeast PA, Northern Jersey, probably even Long Island, Southern New England. So it's not going to be like a waiting game to see if the heavy, like, you're going to get overrunning snow that gets out in some of those places. And it's also why I think the ceiling is actually not terrible in some of these places. Pretty neat feature on the RGM as well. Again, I'm going to show you a P-type map, so don't go crazy. Also, I'm about 5 when I was told a coding. I'm not getting over that. I'm sorry. I'm a little petty with it right now. I'm a little petty. I'm not usually that petty, but I'm petty about it because I just annoyed at the process. You see this feature though with the RGM? I think there's definitely some truth to that. Especially some of the DC Metro should keep an eye on that into central PA into the Finger Lakes, and RGM is usually pretty decent at pinpointing some of those neat mesoscale features, even if it's like 36 plus hours out. There's usually some kind of truth to it, and I think the overrunning precip will add up Sunday night into Monday morning. I need to figure out when I'm going to sleep during this system as well. No idea what that's going to look like. Okay. Uh, hey, listen, this was a day ago. This is not bad for a day ago here. This was before all those 12Zs came in and stuff, and before the 6Z shifts as well. At that point, this was just GFS and GFS AI. That was it when I had put this out. Um, I really don't want to. So here's what I'm going to do. Tatum, come here. I don't trust you. Uh, there you go. Go play with your toy, Tatum. What if Tatum leaves the Celtics? Uh, my Tatum could never. He's a Celtic fan for life. I know what you were saying, Bedros too, but I out Tatum D right there. I think I should get my generator ready. Northeast New York. I think everybody should be testing out the generator. Okay, but I don't really want to add on to this. So what I'm going to do is, or I don't want to redo it. That would be annoying. Um, he's upset about what? Was he one who wanted Markel Fultz? No, we got. See, I'm a Duke fan for college basketball because I had a lot of family that went to Duke. So I'm not just like a bandwagon. I grew up born to love Duke, so I didn't really get a choice. But um, and I watched him that year, and I was like, this is if the Celtics got him, I'd be ecstatic. The only thing at the time was we had so many wings, so I was like, I don't know how this is going to work, but they trusted him. Makes you always wonder about Gordon Hayward, what it could have been, what would have happened. Let's add to it. Well, that's not nice. I like that. Mm-hmm. And then that's why I thought he went fourth. No, he went third overall. Jalen went fourth. And then remind me to adjust the color scheme. Don't not Paul's scheme. Color scheme. Someone remind me to adjust. You can clearly see the color scheme is freaking off, and it pissed me off after I posted. I was like, I'm not reposting this. Was he third? Yeah, I think so actually. He was. Yeah, I think he was. I got another popcorn band over me. I'm gonna love it. Get a kick out of this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. First ever Blizzard threat map, by the way, ever created. You witnessed history here on BGWX. Mm. I'm not sure I want to adjust this too much. I'll extend it slightly. Well, the Catskills is a different animal. I gotta. And the deformation band, that's gonna take. Yeah, I'm okay with this. I don't know if I want to go that far into Northwest Jersey, though. Sorry. Sorry, Northwest Jersey. Not like that, though. It's lagging so much right now, my Mac. You can't tell, but I can. Leave it there. Glad to be part of generational history now. We'll tell my grandchildren about this. So when you live, yeah. I don't mean that sounded dark, but you just appreciate debate. I don't know. Tatum, where are you going? I said that like I knew something about your fortune. Okay. Okay. Let's move on. Very nice, says Borat says. Very nice. Okay. I'm gonna do this before I forget. mess with the colors. It is kind of cool though, the multi-layered color. I never thought about doing that, but yeah, I don't love the contrast there. Need something a little. Yeah, I like that better. This looks pretty sick though. I don't know why, but it does. See, like this looks really sick. I love playing around with the graphics sometimes. I love seeing how cool I can make the graphics look. I'm not sure if I love the color, but the lag on this is ridiculous right now. I just can't forecast this the exact same way I did the previous one though, because it's such a different setup. This is even though I'm confident in the specifics, Oh, yeah, the lag is brutal. It's just, it's being tested right now. I'm gonna change the color scheme. Um, as sick as part of this looks, I just something's not sitting right with me. I think this is gonna look better. It still looks sick. It just that looks much. That looks okay. That looks dope. That looks really awesome. I think that's better. Yeah, I do. I do too as well. Celtic screen. I think this looks. I think this does. It contrasts a little bit better. Okay. I'll test out one more. I think that looks really good, but I'll test out one more. I don't think this is going to look as good. That does look. I still think the contrast is better on the other one. I'm gonna switch it back. I kind of want an in between almost though. What do you think? This? That. This or that? This is what I'm torn between right now. Mm, some tough decisions. I don't think that looks pretty clean though. That might be the cleanest looking one. Like it won't help. You're right. It won't. Uh, we'll go with this. Beatrice, how dare you? How dare you want to take away my snowpack? You can in the valley. You can take it. Over here though, I'm not ready. Yeah, I think so. I think this is it. Just barely. Just barely. But we were messing with some pretty cool contrasts, I think there. Mm. I'll take a look off screen while I'm doing it. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. The GFS is insane. That's almost too far inland for us. No, that's a really great spot to be. I think that would be right on the eastern side of that formation. I mean, not too much on the shifts, in my opinion. don't know weather. What's a weather license stream, or just a weather stream in general? What the heck is going on with this? Oh, well, I don't think I want that one then. Oh, what the hell? The lag is awful. It's awful right now. Oh, I think that's going to be more than flakes right there. What an idiot. Who made that? The thing that gets me excited about the potential with this is I think the deformation ban is not just going to only go to one spot, which is uh, I'm telling you guys, this is why this has the potential to be such a rare setup. Thank you for repeating what I said, Celtic Supreme. Oh, I'm just messing with you. Uh, yeah, it's I don't know why I said 222, but I did. I'm not changing it now. Yes, I am. Refuse to support this bully. No, no. Stop sounding like my exes, Celtic Supreme. Okay. Someone just tuned in and they only heard that and they're like, "What the heck did I just tune into here?" Uh, that GFS run is not like one of the more reasonable things I've seen. Probably all of the guys in terms of the totals, whether it's by accident or not. And it's not just because it shows the most over me. That's what it has to be. It's more so about the evolution of the setup. Even though it does show exactly, it does literally, it actually literally jackpots me. Literally jackpots me to the max with 29 inches. But what I'm going to do here, as Zach says, I don't know when you throw in that much. But I'm going to, where's the, see, I don't want it to do that though. Oh, it is kind of cool. Yes, I'm still live, Liam. 4 hours in, still live. But we're not going to make it to 5. I can promise you that right now. After this threat map, that's going to be the end of me. I still have to shovel. And and my storm total is at 5 inches right now. And half inch of that is like sleet. Not a half inch, like a quarter inch. And that's just going to be a crap to remove. I don't know. I'm playing around with the colors here to try to. This is going to be to show the blizzard. So this is the blizzard part of the map. This isn't higher totals. This is the blizzard part of the map. That's all this is. So whatever color scheme we can find here. Actually doesn't look bad. That doesn't look bad there. I'm gotta find the right color scheme though. You think red is the color? That might be pretty close to it right there. I think we found it. Let's go with that. To get some storm chips. I mean, what are your storm chips? What's your selection? I think this does look clean as well. Doesn't have to go to work. This is my work. My work isn't what you think it is, I promise. My work also doesn't pay well for the moment. can't see that. Oh, it's a maritime saying for this. Well, thank you for making me feel. I'm obviously not a sea captain. That's obviously not what I do, Vetris. But thank you for the saying, Keith. Alrighty, an hour later. It's extensive. I wanted to make it since I'm not doing. Well, I would never do the final snow map now, but since I'm not doing, I can't get as specific as I would be able to with the last major storm we had, just because of the nature. You guys know it's pinpointing deformation is not as easy. It's not. We really won't know until it happens in real time, but we'll get a better idea tomorrow night. Um, it's a tricky thing. How is red in higher margin for error would think they are guaranteed a blizzard? I don't know what you're asking. Ben, how are you doing? There's a blizzard. There's a blizzard coming. So that is the best area for I'm highlighting for blizzard conditions. I feel like that's pretty clear. I could be wrong, but highest margin for error suggests that if you ran a simulation more times out of not, this is the best area I'm suggesting for blizzard conditions, meaning that that could expand a little bit more northwest. It could be slightly more southeast, but that's the rough area that I would estimate at this point. And I'm not. What is going on with my Mac right now? This is as bad as I've ever witnessed it. The document is not saving. I don't think I'm crazy, right? I feel like that makes sense though with what I'm. Well, it's not a snow squall, Ben. It's just the backside of the system, so to say. I mean, I guess you could call it what you want, but it's literally just the system. It's not. It's still the same storm, so it's not another something moving through. This is the same, all the same system, so to say. Make sure there's no mistakes besides the numbers, obviously. And there is a mistake. I can see it already. I'm gonna go one shade lighter on this. But that's too different than what I want. Just so you can see it a little better. I don't care about the icon, but hey, fun that it what is going on? I can't do anything. It's completely lagged me out of. But yeah, it's yeah, GFS just holding steady. It looks. No, this is a problem. The euro wasn't a trend. What trend? There was no trend on the euro. There's no trend on the euro. A model trend is like 3, 4 runs in a row of a change. At this point. So now you want to save. Yeah, Cody, I'm not trying to be a. I'm not trying to make you like. Try to tear you down or anything. So I hope you don't take it that way. I just try to. I like to provoke thought. I like to test. I like to test thought. That is all I like to do. But there's been no trend at this point on manga guidance. Yesterday there was trend, and the day before there was, but mini trend. Again, also this applies to anybody that's ever. I don't think I ever have, unless you like make some like extremely disrespectful comments about me. I will never have really any much animosity or hostility towards you. So don't ever assume that my tone is ever to come at you hostile. Not saying that you were, Cody. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll I can show that. And it has my range between zero point 0.5 and 15. Baltimore is a better spot than DC, but very close. And there's a reason for that, actually. Even though I don't think that's a good way to phrase it. 0.5 to 15. Your floor, you're going to get more than 0.5 inches. Um, I think your floor in Baltimore is like probably like 4 or something. If I had to guess. You probably have a good shot though of at least 6 to 12 inches of Baltimore, but that 1 to 2 foot potential isn't impossible as well. What was I talking about here? I guess we did get snow that late. We did get snow late February. I forgot last year. Uh, like getting the boot. I don't know if my snow map changed. If my snow map saved. Oh yeah. It'll be. I know I'm not talking about it much, but the wind and the coastal impacts will be notable. Storm surge threat, yeah. Anytime you get this impactful of a system, yeah, you do get a storm surge threat. It doesn't really need to be concerned. I mean, listen, it's crippling, yeah, but like, in it's there's most of us know how to deal with with the blizzard though. It's just really the coastlines that is the concern, to be honest. Okay, we'll look at that, and then we'll look at last thing on models. I think these should have been winter storm warnings. I think these all should have been winter storm warnings. Mm, let's check my county first. 6 to 15. Oh boy. Well, they're always going to go conservative on the first winter storm watch, but that's something I would have probably capped a little bit more. But let's see what New York decided to do. 13 to 18 sounds probably more accurate. I don't know why there's such a need to go so conservative with the watches. Also, never line up with the warnings. Like literally, like their watch last time, like there were the forecast for me they had was like 22 inches on their map, and it was and then the warning said to 19. I'm like, that doesn't line up at all with what you're projecting. Why are you putting the map out if your forecast is not even for that? I get confused sometimes. This is the current one, by the way. Let's see what they had here. 5 to 8 inches. That makes it's close to where I had them on the border of 4 to 8 and 7 to 14. But I also make my map for a wide area, so. Well, yeah, it would be warnings. The reason it's a watch because it's not in range yet. They think 12 to 20. No, they use the href is what they use. Would they go for New York City? Now, you should know that blizzard warnings are not correlated with snowfall. They went high with New York City. They went all in with New York City. Interesting. But they got watches all the way out here. Somehow, East Central PA is the same as Eastern Mass in the winter storm watch. To each its own. So this was the GFS that I was talking about off screen. Extremely impressive. I'm not even sure the snowfall map does it justice. It was an incredible run. And I could still argue some convective feedback. There's honestly there's an even higher there's an even higher ceiling um, with this if see how it's trying to amplify this so much. I still question what's going on out here. I really question just a little bit to say that are we really not going to amplify this part of the upper level O as much? Or what I would probably guess is you probably get more of an in between where the core of this probably maybe could shift slightly east, but this is brought in more, which maybe would limit those like 30 to 40 plus inch total potential that you're looking at, which I'm not sure is the most realistic anyway. And you see it kind of does those two kind of, and then I don't know what it does, but it crushes. I know that. And look at the 700 millibar depiction. Just Parks Camp. I mean, there is pretty much a pivot point here too. That would be 2 to 3 feet plus in southern New England, and 1 to 2 plus feet across these places here. AIGFS is really almost a copy, or carbon copy of what it was before. Trough sinks a little bit more. This is just a little bit higher, so to say, so it can gain a little bit more latitude and come like slightly farther north, so to say, just barely. Not really, further tucked or. But the 700 millibar output, look at that, is gorgeous, and it's staying consistent with just dumping right over that area. And sorry, I go to Southern New England by heart first, but that would even get Philly involved, probably. And then it goes. That's why I like the floor a little bit better than some of the typical ones, because of the nature of the 500 low of like all of this like pushing north so that everybody can get into the lick of it, and then wherever it pivots eventually, that will be the most. But you think someone actually gets 3 feet? I think it's very possible. I don't think it's a guarantee, though. Saying a guarantee for 3 feet of snow is never a safe bet or guarantee to do so, say, but I think it's very possible. So yeah, so that's gonna do it for me. This was another long stream, but not record long, luckily. And I'm gonna go and try to hopefully get something to eat, shovel, and then go to sleep. So I appreciate you all tuning in here. You can rewind if needed, and that will be live again tomorrow night. Thanks, everybody.